zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what's sage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna take what I did and they twist and they burst till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. I got up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to boss me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. My zone now. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone.
Camo S. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the Rainbow Six Elite Community Series. Call me Easy, and I'm joined by Black and Blue. Brother, how are you doing today? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's been quite a while since we've been here, and it's about time that we actually get into 2024 with a bang. So what a better way to start the series than getting some of the best Southeast Asian teams together here for a little friendly competition on the community series. On the left-hand side, we've got Galita, IZ Esports, Devil Package, and of course, Elevate Fury, followed by Fellas. These 6 teams are going to go head-to-head over the next 3 days in the group stages, but only 4 will leave and go into the quarterfinals.
Well, I mean, that just goes to show that you have to fight for every single slot they got going on here. You already talked about some of these teams: Galita, 1Z, Devil Package, Elevate, Fury, and Felis. For at least half of these teams on here, Elevate, Fury, and Galita, we've seen them play in the Asia League itself. They've gone super far in terms of, you know, what the league would offer, what professional play would offer, and now they're in a tournament here against some other teams who do have a bit of their work cut out for them. But in a matchup like this, when we're, you know, in the group stages, you got one map to play. Who knows what might happen? Maybe, especially with our first game of the day starting off between one of these underdogs versus one of the more known and touted teams here, that's going to give us a show to look forward to.
Yes, I mean, all these teams may sound new, but the players are as tried and true as they can be. They've been around for a very long time. We'll see the rosters as we progress through the show. Obviously, they'll turn up as the games progress today. But one team that I am personally looking out for is Elevate. Just because, I mean, Elevate's arguably the best team. Yeah, we've seen them at some amazing events. So are Fury. Fury have had a fantastic track record. But I want to see how Elevate does against some of these teams. Surely it's going to be an easy time for them. I'm calling it now. You know, I'm putting my cash down. But they are also the first game against 1Z.
1Z, reigning in from the Philippines, my own hometown, but they're up against an opponent here in Elevate who are definitely not shy to competing, even at those higher levels we talked about. I think the roster they're going to be fielding here today is one that should be well known by many amongst the community. You got Ape, Barcode, Speak Easy, Tolji, and potentially, we don't know necessarily who they're fielding as their 5th here today. They might, I mean, they did lose Jackie Wu, who's playing on another team as well in this tournament, and that's going to be very interesting, an all Taiwan fielded roster. But let's look at the other matches. Match number 2, you got Felis versus Fury. You got Galita here as well, playing here today for our 3rd game against Devil Package, that aforementioned team of an all Taiwan roster. That's where Jackie Wu is going to be, and then Felis here versus 1Z at the end of it. So let's go to our first game of the day here, Ian, where we go into 1Z Esports Philippines versus Elevate, and it's safe to say this is a bit of a underdog situation 1Z have found themselves in.
Yeah, so while 1Z are fairly new, or at least their names are, maybe you as the resident Filipino can tell me a little bit more about what the scene is like over there. But what I can say before you get into it, but is that Elevate is literally some of the most notorious players and some of the most well-known within the scene. Ape, Tolji, Speak Easy, as you mentioned before, some of the scariest players you could have ever seen on the international stage.
That's for sure. I mean, we've seen where they've gone, right? Trying to trying to make their name. This is not the same Elevate as the former squad, but still one that should be feared, especially as 1Z. But let's talk about 1Z, because they're the kind of the more unknown quantity in this case, right? You look at some of their players, they have J-Dog, they have Giannis from that former RSN esports squad in the Philippines, and now they also have Shiba, who is one of the more experienced players that we've seen in the competitive side of things. He played in Operation League, I believe, as well as there being Giannis as well in the past, and for them to have that experience, it's gonna bode a lot, because they are arguably, especially in comparison to teams like Fury and Elevate right now, not as experienced in that case. So we move on over to Chalet, which is a map that we have seen some prowess from Elevate in the past.
Well, that's because, we're going to Chalet because 1Z has, done their research. They know what they have to do, and they're taking out a lot of the maps that have very tight, close quarter fights. They know what Ape is capable of doing. They know what Speakeasy and Tolji are very well known for. They have to create circumstances and scenarios where they can play creatively, and Chalet is one of those maps where I wouldn't say it's a blank canvas, but it definitely has so many different ways of being played. One operator I would love to see on this map is Ram, but whether that's going to get banned out or not is a different story.
Oh, definitely, for sure. If that comes out, it could be a thing where you're going to see here those teams really prioritize taking away that vert control, but we're going to have to see as we move into the actual banning and picking phase, the draft phase of the game. I think we should be starting very soon, but do not forget that this is only the first game of the day. We got 5, I almost said 6, 5 or 6 maybe, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Should be.
We've got 5 in total, so we've got
5.
4 more after this.
Yes, so we have 5 games here up to date, so don't worry about this one. And most of the teams you're going to see here are going to be playing at least twice today. We got basically 3 days of the group stage, and then 1 for the playoffs, and this is the almost kind of the kickoff one for it.
Absolutely, and Elevate and 1Z both are going to have quite a recess until they have to play again. Every other team has a 2-game interval, whereas Elevate can literally clock out for the next 3 hours, hit the gym for an hour, come back, have a shower, have some food, and then come back fresh. They have the greatest advantage today on the opening day. However, 1Z here prepping. We've got our cameras, 2 players still getting their snacks, and probably the Amigo ring ready as well. Oh, there's a Luffy poster in the back. I like that.
Oh, I can tell you're a One Piece fan. I mean, if you've had enough time to watch all that, for sure at this point you did Champion, right? But
I have not.
Yeah,
no one is up to date with One Piece. Let's face it, no one's up to date. If you are up to date with One Piece, I might suggest touching grass once in a while.
That's a great suggestion. I saw this statistic once that if you have and stayed updated with One Piece, then it is highly likely that showering is not part of an everyday repertoire of yours.
That or you don't actually watch it and it plays in the background.
Yeah. Either way. But we move on over to the game. More important things. This man's rocking a tank top, and this man's playing mobile on his phone. And we move on over to the actual game start of things. So operator ban phase as we get into it. So it's interesting to see, I think, here as we start off this game, how the opening few rounds are going to go. Because when you're the underdog here, Easy, it generally does go to show that if you can take a few rounds early, that could lead to them at least, kind of bouncing back later on once the more experienced team has adjusted.
Well, first ban coming off is Dokkaebi, and that's a pretty standard ban. She generally is, like one of the most played and banned operators as well. Just because she's so versatile, just because she has so much available to her. Beyond that, will I expect... Oh, a Brava ban. Okay, well, that also quite obvious. I'm kind of wondering if they're going to leave Buck or Ram off the table here, available for picking, or are they both going to be available? That's the question. And it's Fenrir that gets banned.
Fenrir. Okay, that makes sense, especially on some of these sites like on the basement where it just becomes an absolute nightmare to try and get it anywhere close once you have those traps, you know, deployed. And so you can really see it shaping up on here, and especially after this last final ban, that it seems like, especially for 1Z, they're kind of prioritizing these bans that give them a bit more leeway in trying to get in close, not having to, you know, do things too much from afar. I'm not going to be surprised if we don't see that much kind of nade operators come out from 1Z. They do bring the Ash, though, to deal with anything of that sort in their way, but for the most part, nothing too fancy, but that does leave the Azami open, plus the Solus, which is a big risk to take against an Elevate defense.
I love Solus as an operator, however, but the defense roster seems pretty solid in my opinion. They've gone with the Buck this time on Kyoshi, and that's going to allow them to just rip open all that soft tissue and all these floors to play a little bit more vertical, as you would expect on a map like Chalet. Setup so far has been pretty standard, and to be honest, I'm wondering how 1Z is going to play this, because with Elevate on that defense, it's really their game, and 1Z are the ones having to solve the puzzle here, because it's really all eyes on them. Can they deconstruct whatever Elevate is going to put up, and are Elevate going to put up much of a maze to begin with, or are they going to go guns blazing?
I think I get the pun here, why it's called 1Z. You know, it's a 1C, so they're wearing a onesie. But in that case, maybe perhaps they're going to put on their pajama pants and get straight right into it, as we shall. Start of this game and start of the day, opening round here. As Elevate, they're going to go up top to start off this defensive side. We do see some swaps here and over from the attackers, though. They pull out the Jackal here and the J-Dog, and I have to expect that that's a direct response here to knowing the Solus could be available and is available on Barcode to really find out where that roam clear is going to be.
It's hanging over by the library stairs, waiting for anyone that may run through. A little bit of recon coming in from the attacking side, as they should. Solus may be detected in due time, but so far, minutes passed and nothing too exciting has happened. Does look like Barcode is waiting for the right opportunity, but may come into contact with a Lion. Or is that the Ace? Looks like the Ace.
Well, what is a problem here for Barcode is that he has to make sure he isn't going to get sandwiched within this library. They can take the landing away, but he is being aided right now by Nikal.
Ooh.
The opening pick from Eclair starts things off here as Ape goes down, but Tolji, ever-longing teammate, is there ready for that trade. They lose a Buck, so a bit of the down-up verticality has been taken away from Elevate, rather from 1Z. The duel here does not go their way, as Elevate simply winning every gunfight they need to right now and puts him in a hefty advantage. Barcode follows up once more as well. Eclair is left alone, but not for long. Opening round as Elevate dominate.
Both teams there just go guns blazing as soon as these sparks start flying, and it was full fire. Elevate really in control there. A lot of good trades coming back and forth, but unfortunately 1Z not able to capitalize on more than one kill in a row. Elevate being able to control that tempo, and with just good communication, keep that under wraps, even though Ape was the first one to go.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers. Attackers have located a bomb. Seconds to insertion. 5 seconds remaining.
Still a little bit of late setup coming through, but it does look like everything is ready to go. Quite a little bit of utility on that attacking team there. Stacking a lot of flash. A couple of frags for themselves as well. Just doing a little bit more recon and a little bit more deconstruction, but it does look like Ape going for a bit of a rotation over to the foyer. Speakeasy. Still waiting on someone to knock on the front door. What is wow, Speakeasy's really taking this forward position. He does not want them coming in.
Very forward here. You can see Speakeasy trying to take that duel. But it's Barcode who finds the opening pick, going Elevate's way. A second one, a third for Barcode.
Excuse me?
Where is this happening? All off screen for the moment, for the meantime. It doesn't matter. What they only have to deal with right now is the fact that it's a 1v5. Ape chimes on in. Miku put in a difficult spot, to say the very least.
Still 3 EE1Ds on Miku. He still has that utility available to him, but he won't use it at all. Flawless round to Elevate, and a lack of utility being used on that attacking side. You'd imagine by the first time, maybe like the first double or the triple kill, and there were 2 members left on that team, that the Lion would just pop the EE1D, but not at all. It does look like 1Z wanted to save that utility for the next round. Hint, hint, it doesn't work that way.
Well, him on the Lion there, Miku at the end. A Lion surrounded by a pack of hyenas looking to hunt and laughing while they do. A difficult position for him to be in, but somehow Barcode just gets the scan, gets the read, and ships him out to a quick 2-0 start here. Elevate just simply much akin to the name that they possess and carry, simply rising above their competition as of the moment. Let's see how 1Z come back. We want to see a bit more of a feisty return here from the underdog 1Z squad.
I can only hope that 1Z really picked this one up, to be honest, because Elevate are they're on cruise control. 1Z are the ones that have to bring the game to the door, but so far it doesn't seem like much of a competition. Solace, 3 rounds in a row, no real issues so far, and clearly having an easy time with this pick. But they finally bring around the Ram on Kyoshi. He swapped around from that buck. Hopefully we see something interesting come through. But they need to bring more utility. They need to use the utility, if anything, because those flashbangs and those frag grenades were up for far too long.
It's a difficult position to be in for sure. Underdog here. They finally bring out that Nomad to kind of deal with a bit of their flanks. Perhaps it was kind of a flank situation Barcode was able to pull out there. Nobody on rear security. Let's see them try and work this upper floor as Barcode starts things off again with an opening kill here in the J-Dog. They lose that buck, and now their vert problem is going to be even more exposed. Barcode still here in the office. They haven't cleared him on out. Tolji gets the one. A second for Tolji. That's a double kill here up on the balcony. And simply enough, Elevate are making sure Chalet stays shut. Oh, this fight as well.
Come on, Kyoshi.
That's Tolji
Okay,
with a triple. 1v4.
That's one.
Yeah,
That's one.
Okay, Shiba. Let's see what he can do.
Oh,
Yeah. Not much. It's a painful sight to see here so far for the 1Z squad as, well, Elevate just outclassing them here. Nothing for sure.
well, you know, this is what we expect from the top and the bottom seed going off against each other. So it's nothing really out of the blue. We did see this coming. In all honesty, I'm not going to pretend this was a shocking revelation. But 1Z have had good moments in the first round where they traded evenly. But again, in that last round, not a single flashbang was used. All their utility was up, and they lost a lot of drones really quickly.
Well, I mean, it's difficult too for them to clear out like where Barcode was there in the office, right? They lose their buck immediately, so they can't flush him out from down under. And even if they do try and flush him out from down under, there is so much presence here in the lobby and towards that kitchen side that they simply can't take that control away. And so you're kind of have a two-way problem here onto how to deal with it. And if you're 1Z right now, them not kind of taking away that north side, right? This Solarium side that you can see Ape in currently right now, away from, you know, Barcode going into Master and pinching him from there. They just lose and lack a lot of map control early in the round and just never are able to get much going because, well, Elevate are they're not even threatened by the idea of 1Z coming at them.
I couldn't have said it better myself, in all honesty. We've got a shield this time. Miku's going to try something a little bit different with the Blitz, but in order to really play Blitz, you have to play Blitz. You have to play like lightning and be that aggressive.
Well, let's see if they're able to actually aggress here. Oh no, Ape! He gets him on the flank, a double for him. This should be a kill for Miku. Does get the confirm after the blind. That's going to be about it. Still, damage done though. A 2-for-1 trade is certainly going to benefit Elevate's case.
In all honesty, Ape is the first person on that team, on the defense, that should go down. So this still plays within Elevate's parameters, but 1Z have an opportunity to actually take them out, but you're not watching their 6.
Oh, look at this. Shiba drops down. Great opening pick. We haven't even seen this Azami utility be too big of a problem aside from the opening round on that landing hold. The blitz here on Miku taking a beating from these impacts, spraying on through. Barcode connects. It's all on the Miku once more, but he simply is outgunned and outmanned. Elevate here. Round straight, flawlessly they've been able to find in that sort of fashion. It's a 4-0 start, and this could be signs of an end.
Well, they've called for a technical timeout. That's going to give them a good 45 seconds on the clock in order to just recuperate. And this is a good call from 1Z. They are behind quite badly, but it is still within a redeemable fashion. You know, they can get a couple of rounds here, that's for sure. It's not going to be the easiest battle uphill. However, I will say that they had something going on for them there. They've gone from being very reckless into playing it too safe. And Elevate can sense that. Ape knows, as a frontman, how they're going to react to different plays, because he's on that front line over and over and over again. And not just him, but his senior, Speakeasy. He knows just as well, if not better, when the tides will turn and when they can play hyper aggressive. But we're back on round 5 now.
Well, we haven't necessarily seen a round that we could consider to be close so far here, at least from 1Z. And I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon, but if it ever does go on over to the second half, with this not being a 6-0 sweep, then there's going to be some cushion there for them to kind of work with. But it's a tall order. It's the opening game of their group stage. They haven't necessarily adjusted to the level of play that Elevate are capable of. And yeah, it's just a difficult position for 1Z to be in. And I don't know. I feel like at this point, if you have to kind of pull out some more crutch picks, you know, pull out the Monty just to try and force the issue, just to aggressively take map control, that's not a bad idea right now for 1Z to try and, you know, pull out.
Look, man, it was only about a month ago that Foxay and, you know, a bunch of other Siege creators rated Monty to be like S tier. There's a reason for that. He is a good operator. There are few situations where Monty can place things in your benefit and into your advantage. The only time that doesn't happen is when you don't have a good Monty player and you don't have a team that can play around that. But it speaks volumes if you don't know how to play around a Monty, because it's almost a quintessential pick for any frontline or any support player to be able to hold and to have, because you got to be able to bring this option around at any time to give your team just a little bit more time to play around with.
See your onesie as well, trying to force the issue here on the West main, but Claire simply eaten alive. Good trade out from Miku, but look at the trades coming on in from the up top angle. They go 1 for 1 either way. It's a complete counter-punching fight right now between either side. And finally, 1Z looked like they have some advantage, but not for long. I spoke too soon. It lasts for nigh a second. And J-Dog brings it to the 2v1. It's all on the Speakeasy. But he's going to try and keep things hushed down for now. They want the 5-0. Speakeasy searching for an opportunity here. Oh, Speakeasy connects as well. J-Dog drops. That's a 1v1. I mean, J-Dog was low, but they were separated. Has to look for where he is. Pulls out the super shorty. Connects as well on the Kyoshi, who's simply going to be eaten alive. And Speakeasy with a clutch in the 2v1. He is way too good to let that slip.
How does he make a medium speed operator look that fast? How does he do it? Speakeasy weaves through a flurry of bullets and catches Nomad blindsided. Kyoshi was just unable to lock that one in, and he is going to be kicking himself for that, because that is the closest 1Z has gotten to a single round. That technical timeout they took was exactly what they needed to come back in strong, and they had that, but it just wasn't enough.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Oh my goodness, that could have been it. And right after I said we haven't seen a round that we could necessarily say was close. That's a heartbreaker of a round for 1Z to lose, especially in the 2v1 they're separated. And, well, Speakeasy's definitely one of the more experienced players we have in this tournament as of the moment, and it shines there.
Okay, look, I need you to be honest with me, man. When was the last time you cast a curse someone?
10 seconds to go.
I do it every day on the job. I'm used to it at this point. I don't mind being a curse. I don't mind ruining somebody's day. Actually, no, sometimes I do. But for you all, then yeah, enjoy. It's 5-0. So Elevate are looking to say adios soon. Those ones you look to stick together instead.
Well, they brought the Warden out this time around for Ape. It's gonna allow him to play a little bit more aggressively. However, oh wait, that was Ape that got the kill. Okay, sorry, I completely thought that was somebody else, but no, it was Ape. We were looking at Speakeasy during that time. It does look like the attacking team are not having a great time at all, and to be honest, are falling down for another flawless round going to Elevate.
Yeah. This is not nice to see. This is not good to see for any fans of 1Z.
Look, some people say bullying is necessary, and this may be one of those circumstances. We'll only find out maybe like 1 or 2 seasons down the line when 1Z come back like hotter than ever and way better. But this is very painful. They've got 3 days to really make up for this. They have an opportunity. They're going up against 5 other teams. None of us expected them to win against Elevate, but they can still make top 4.
Well.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Well. It's a tall order to ask for sure. And
look, man, they have a chance against Galita and Devil Package. Okay, maybe not Devil Package, but Galita.
I think it's the other way around, to be honest. I think against Galita it's going to be quite difficult, but against maybe like Devil Package, I'm not saying they're going to be easy, but there's a chance.
Oh, wait.
I think there's an opportunity there. Like Devil Package, they have Jackie Wu, yeah, but Galita,
I mixed up the teams in my head. Sorry, I mixed up the teams in my head.
It is all good.
Yeah, I thought Galita were Felice, but no, Galita is probably the second scariest team in this entire roster, so they have a chance against Devil Package and Felice. So, you know, that's there.
I think it's a 50-50. But we move on over to something that certainly isn't a 50-50 just now. Into a round where 1Z, they have an opportunity here to play a defensive side, and I'm not too sure if that's going to turn out any better, but let's see what they can provide. Library Take being prompted here by Elevate already to start things off. Going down towards the dining is where the site shall be. You can see them opting for the Maestro, which with some of the changes on that might not be an entirely bad idea. Plus, a zombie being available could help, but oh my goodness, in a long-range engagement like that, Miku just gets slapped.
Well, here's the thing. With the UMP-45, you don't really want to be taking those angles to begin with. You know what you're up against. You're up against ACOGs. You're up against higher caliber fire. And you got to pick your battles when you're playing Castle. He makes short-range mazes for a reason, and unfortunately, that was just not a great call. Do not try to peek that. You have a one-time scope. Yes, the UMP-45 is very dependable and consistent with his fire and his fire pattern. But when you take battles is a very big thing.
Okay. Nikal, good shot on that, connecting. It's a 5v3. Ooh. That's a double kill now for him. And 1Z are getting torn apart. Elevate here are just so far above and so much better right now. And it's unfortunate for 1Z to go up against him, getting outclassed. Oh. That happens. Okay. Nice try at the end of things, but 7-0 is all we can really say about this, to be honest. I mean, they don't need to get piled on anymore. If you're 1Z, move on over. Get some games going on the other matches here. I mean, when we're looking at it, it might be a community tournament, but half of these teams are professional. You know, Fury, Elevate, teams have made the major. And then you look at Galita, who have guys who have also made the major in previous rosters. Some of them on this same org. So, yeah, difficult position for 1Z to start off the day with and start off the group stage run with, but you can kind of say, hey, at least they got one of the more difficult teams to go up against in this group stage out of the way early on.
Well, Elevate our top seed for a reason, and like I said, 1Z have a lot of matches and ahead of them, and they've got a lot of opportunities to just bring something together. They can take a lot of lessons out of this one game. Watch that VOD over again, you know, scroll back on YouTube or something. They've got 2 matches in between till their next round. Elevate are taking the rest of the night off until the final match. But we've got 4 more games up ahead of us, guys. There's so much Rainbow Six to enjoy. And of course, look at the scoreline here. Just phenomenal. Barcode popping off just as crazy as you would expect him to. And funny enough, frontliners like Ape and Speakeasy are doing, you know, they're just kind of chilling.
I mean, they don't even have to step up to the plate, especially in a situation like that where, you know, you have one of these teams who have, you know, they're playing currently still in the Asia League. They made the last, actually no, not the last, they made Copenhagen, the Copenhagen Major. And yeah, not an easy position to be in for sure. So if you're 1Z, what else is there to say aside from GG go next? Just, you know, just shake this one away. They know that this was an underdog match. Maybe didn't expect it to be that much of a disparity, but it is what it is for the moment. While that might have broken some of the hearts of some of the fans out there from the Philippines, we will also send things into a break. So when we come back, we got another match for you all. We'll see you guys in a bit. I believe we shall return to a game between the team of, as I check the schedule, Fury versus Fila. So yeah, we'll see you guys in a bit.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Gon' play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what stage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. I got up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone.
Welcome back from the break. We are here for another round. We've got 4 more matches left. Black and Blue, tell me what you're expecting for this next matchup, because we've got some pretty interesting lineups coming here tonight on our first day of the Elite Community Series, and I'm excited.
Well, for one, we have another matchup between two teams who are kind of in a position as we saw a while ago in a David Goliath kind of scenario, right? You got one highly touted, highly noted, and highly respected and feared in Fury, much akin to Elevate a while ago, and then on the opposing side you got Felis, who we, much akin to 1Z earlier, we aren't as familiar with and aren't necessarily too sure what to expect. Now we can maybe look at kind of their qualifier runs, right, what they were able to do there, but it doesn't speak to much so far what to expect when we saw a kind of David and Goliath situation a while ago. So hopefully this one is going to be a bit more competitive than the last.
I'm not sure what Felis are capable of, but we all know Fury. Now, Fury are a team that is just so well known. They've participated in almost every single Rainbow Six event, title, championship. They've made it to the international stage, and you know they're still a privately funded organization over in Australia that has had its hands in teams from across the world. So as an organization, Fury are still going strong. Felis are still orgless at this point, and they are, I suppose, again, just putting themselves out there for the opportunity to be picked up. But we can only see maybe after today. They've got 2 matches coming up, and maybe they're going to be able to put on a decent show. But this is Fury's only game today.
Well, I mean, it's a big one for them to play. Start things off with a bang. Let's look at Felis, though, and what they have done in the past, right? And there isn't necessarily too much to look back into, but we can look at their open qualifier run for this. And when you look at one of the teams that they beat, being Velocity 9, that is a team that we have seen in the past. They played in the Operation League. They're a team that has had some members actually quite highly touted. One of them last year, I remember, being Harambe, and he obviously went on over to Direwolves after that. They also had Ray at one point, who also went on over to Direwolves. So when you look at Felis and where they've come from, maybe necessarily they might not be a team that you can kind of tout as being one of the more feared ones here, but they were able to take down some considerable competition in Velocity 9 throughout their qualifier run, and that just goes to show that this team, they might not be as big of a underdog as you might expect, although against Fury, most teams are.
That's true. I mean, Fury are just so, I suppose, well known now. They've been around for just as long as Elevate, in my opinion. It's about that time we say that they're around the same marker in terms of experience in Siege. But since their inception here into the scene, they've had some pretty good showings. But it's just really all up to them to really set the pace for Felis. And again, just akin to how 1Z faced off against Elevate, Felis or Felice have to really just step up and bring the game to the table, because they're the ones under scrutiny, they're the ones under the lens, and we're all going to be watching. But the bans and the picks are out, and we're going to Clubhouse.
Okay, Clubhouse we go on to. I'm not going to be surprised if, one of these teams, especially maybe like Felice, would like to keep that Maverick on there, to trying to make their lives easier, right, with dealing with things, especially knowing that Fury are just so tenacious on their defensive side that on the attack, you want to have that easier option of dealing with some of these open walls, especially rather reinforced walls, especially facing out towards the outside. And so Feliz, maybe they can hope for a miracle here, or kind of a bit of a prayer, maybe an early, or rather a late Christmas gift. Feliz Navidad, get the trick. Who knows, maybe if this was in December. But, I mean, once more, out, I think, outgunning the opposition here would not be the smartest idea, considering it's Fury on the other side. But they can certainly throw them for a loop and kind of surprise them with some wayward stuff and wayward strats if they've got that in the bag.
Well, Clubhouse is one of those maps where you're gonna play close and far. They need a lot of map control, and the rotations aren't exactly the shortest available either. So how you play is really do or die for the most part. But you know what? I'm kind of disappointed. Fury are usually way more dripped out than this. They are usually so decked out in like gold chains, bandanas. This is probably the most respectful I've ever seen them on their debut or any match, to be honest, for that matter. Because Feliz, I mean, they don't have uniform at all, but this time, you know, Fury are showing up in some proper attire.
Yeah, thank you, Fury, for obviously not trying to showboat too much, especially against an opponent who might not have as much yet historically on the record.
Bro, I mean,
about
I9 is usually the most like G'd out player on that roster. The guy will have 3 gold chains on, and he is the show. And I mean, we'll see soon. He will take the spotlight. I'm calling it now.
He is a very visually loud player for sure sometimes. A spectacle in his own right, but we move on over to this pick and ban phase. Seems like Doki and Jackal on the attacking side are going to be removed to start things off. So yeah, that leaves the Maverick on. So for Fury, rather for Feliz, it makes sense that they want to keep that on the table. I guess if Jackal's removed, if they don't remove Solus here, that could be a problem, trying to flush him out later on. It's a zombie that Fury opt for, and she is a very, very strong operator on this map, so makes sense in general. Her power levels have still continued to reign true.
Her utility and her gadget are just so malleable. She is good in almost every situation. The ability to create cover that is bulletproof and requires utility to dismantle is so powerful. She can narrow down hallways, she can provide cover, and she can essentially change the landscape in which a player has to engage with the defending team. It makes complete sense that she gets taken out here, especially for a map that has broad halls that need to be narrowed down for the defenders, and you know, maybe and a lot of hatches. There are so many hatches on this map.
Well, that's why I was expecting in the first place, you know, the Maverick potentially to come on out. We don't see the swap into it just yet, but let's move on over to this opening round, wherein we do see the Buck IQ potentially swapped in for that Capitao. We'll see what they really stick with. It's a defense we have to be more preoccupied by, because the Solus being available there without potentially tools to make that search for where I9 is going to be easier, being the Jackal or the Doki, potentially a Lion, that's they're going to pull it out. That could be a problem later on, especially when it's I9 at the helm of it, and then you also have Crit J and Dark to potentially aid that endeavor on the lurk. Look at this. I9 just hopping out at the start.
I'm telling you, this guy, he knows what he's doing, and he just does what he wants. Solus is an operator that allows him to make educated plays. It provides him so much information, and this is what this game is about. It is all about making the right calls at the right time. And look at their roster. They've got Dark on the Alibi, they've got the Mozzie, they've got Solus, and a free kill. Crit J picking up Demo immediately within the first 30 seconds of the round. What a way to start this game.
Yeah, no way, he just stands up there with a Roni, but look at this! Foolish! Makes a fool out of I9 Dark! And Crit J as well. They all fall down rather, to the hands of Feliz. Simply catch Fury off guard. Perhaps being a bit overzealous, but BG man slaps Moon. Turns the Night Dark with that Vector in hand. Falls back. They drop the diffuser. Still a lot of time to work with here though, but They've got a lot to work with as well here on the defensive side. You're going to see them want to get aggressive here like Collis just to try and equalize the player count a bit.
Got some time there. We hear the X-Kairos now detonate. IQ going to have to do a little bit of recon for the rest of the team just to make sure they've got a clear opening. They've got 1 minute and 24 seconds left. Got 2 EE1Ds and a whole lot of X-Kairos to throw out there. What will Felice do? They've got a decent position here. They can make something happen. In all honesty, all Fury have to do is sit down. And like Hollis is doing the most. He doesn't have to, you know, rotate up and down through the first in the basement. But he is. He is trying to find them.
You have to make sure they don't get isolated here. Play to the advantage their numbers provide on the attacking side here, Felice. You can see noise being made, trying to get those mirror windows open, but like Collis is doing a good job of stopping that. Nitro doesn't connect.
What?
Like Collis swings wide, gets the one, but only the one. Doesn't confirm the second kill on the follow-up, not just yet. The blue is looking to be a big problem here for Felice to try and push. They're looking to get even further, but they're being stalled. They're being bled out for time. Fury, all they have to do is sit and wait, and Felice, they gotta jump the gun soon.
They've got 16 seconds left. They don't have a lot of time left available to them, and they are in a pinch right now. They need a free kill, and they need to get this plant down ASAP.
Have located a bomb.
Oh, this is looking dangerous. This is looking desperate. Little time. 1v1 effectively. It's all on the K. He swings wide, but doesn't connect. But K with the knife to the face. Felice take the opening round.
There's no way the shotgun did not connect. The ITA 12S just doesn't find its mark, but the knife does. It goes long. He stretches
How does it
out
even
there.
Yeah, how does it even reach him through the broken wall from that far away? After like all step back, I don't even know if I want to believe it.
K just dislocated his arm. He just dislocated his arm, and he just got that zoom punch going. You know, he made it happen. But that was a fantastic first round from Felice. Not only did they get quick kills in the start that had to be evened out by BG Man, yeah, but they managed to make that final few seconds work. They found that kill that I told you they needed, and then it just came down to the messiest, maybe not the messiest, but like it was a very messy 1v1 that just so happened to end up in Felice's favor. Can they do it again? I'm gonna call that one a fluke, but can they do that again?
My guy, he's got commando on. You know that perk that makes your knife just, you lunge at the opponent when you knife like that. That exact stab animation. That's exactly it.
Different games right now, bro.
Yeah, I know.
One game.
I can't believe it. And they were so hunched down in their position. They were in such a bad spot with 15 seconds remaining and closing there on that blue push, and somehow Felice come out on top. Call it a fluke, maybe, but others might call it a miracle, and that's exactly what Felice need to start off this round and this game, or this map rather.
Well, they didn't bring the Solace this time, but instead I9 does have Jaeger, who is, you know, fairly circumstantial depending on the operators you're bringing, but I think that's because Crit J is playing Fenrir this time. He's got the MP7. I want to see what he can do with that. But Demo is already in a bit of a bind. He's downed. He's got to get picked up. It's not at the end of the world. He still will be able to. He should be still able to contribute fairly well to this. But K. But K. Oh, BG Man. Somehow he lives.
Somehow.
On a sliver of his health.
That's all he needs. That's all he needs to try and get something going. He's cooking here. He's trying to look to aggress. Shots going his way. Nothing connecting just yet. He's still alive. Kirk J able to connect here on the Vulse, and so BG Man still trying to hovering around the opposition here. Felice still unable to find exactly where BG Man is, and I give him a bit more staying power now that they've kind of lost information on where BG Man could possibly be.
Look, if Grim can get the Hive launcher just through or on that garage door, he will flush out BG Man and potentially even kill him. But they don't have that opportunity to them anymore. They've rotated, and now I9 gets droned out. He has to rotate back onto site and try to defend it just a little bit tighter, but he's gonna get pinched in from all sides right now. Foolish takes a little bit of damage. Flashes go out. It does look like a few drop, and Felice are falling like flies.
A scramble of kills. You talked about the Hive, but these flies falling right now. Moon. Perhaps if it was a full one, he could turn himself into a beast and clutch this out somehow 1v3, but those chances are ever so quickly being drawn away from potentially happening. Moon's gonna try and go here, but it's so difficult. Nearsighted off of it. Scared at the idea, and Crit J swings as they finally get the opening round here on their board. 1-1 for either side.
What is more terrifying than the FNet Dread Mine just going off in a situation like that? The world is against you, and then Fenrir just triggers Nightmare Fuel, and you lose all sight, and the only thing you see was this shadow, this one shadow of an operator on the defending team just coming at you, and all you can do is fire into what you're assuming is his silhouette. But it's just the worst situation to be in at that point. Unfortunately, the defending team, the attacking team just didn't make it far enough onto site. They didn't even step foot on site, unfortunately. But it all really came down to that first few starting seconds.
Well, with Fury finally getting themselves on the board, we're definitely getting a much tighter game than what we witnessed a while ago from Elevate. Which is to say the very least, the bar wasn't that high at all. But the defensive side here, hey, look what they employ. They got the newest member of Rainbow Six Inuit, the Tuba Rao. Not being banned out leaves it available for play. And let's see how Fury make a nightmare out of this Felice attack attempt.
Well, Tubarao, an operator from Wolfguard, is going to be joining here. The first time today in the Elite Series, Southeast Asia. I just want to make a note. K was the first one to fall in that last round. He has to stay alive just a little bit longer this time because he is the Thermite. They made it so hard for themselves when Thermite put himself out there and he got picked up immediately. This time around, they've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. They need to find something. Foolish. With a little bit of, precaution, is making his way, clearing that bottom floor. It's making sure that, they've got near each other 6 right now. But they're just trying to sweep this just by the nose. A little bit of droning coming in.
Yeah. Clearing out from the lounge. No Solace available this time, but they do have that Wamai plus the Maestro. Make sure that utility has to be expended here. There goes out some of those asphyxiating bolts, of which Lycolis is flushed out of the rafter for the meantime. Trying to get the big wall on open, but man, with those Zodo canisters, these cryonades, and then a black mirror in front of their face, it's going to be even more difficult to do that.
Well, they've put it out now. The EMP goes down, and just in time with the Thermite. No, the bandit trick comes in perfect, and he managed to negate that again. So, he's only got one exothermic left. He needs to make this one work. Takes a little bit of damage, but he's got to rotate over. Will they be able to predict the second one coming through? And
oh
no, they deny it again.
Those
Bandit
are so difficult to try and deal with.
So
here.
much work.
Yeah, I mean, combined with the Zodo canisters as well, right? You throw it to stop it from popping, and then you just bandit trick it to destroy it. How do you even get past that? So, Felice here put in a pinch, but hey, they're doing well, all things considered. Brought to a 3v3 as Demo from down below gets things going. They open up from Vert Control from down under, and they actually have a chance here to swing this round back.
To be honest, they could have had a little bit more vertical pressure before they attempted that. And maybe a little bit more pressure around the back, because That was almost free. That window was open. They're just not setting up properly.
Isn't that the problem? 2v3 now as Moon connects here on the BG man. Feliz putting up a good fight, but Crit J doesn't let it slip out of their hands. Not just yet. Nitro out for Crit J. Does it connect? No, it doesn't. Gets shot out potentially here. Zoto canister on the cryo. Goes for the swing, and Crit J, a critical hit and a critical roll. As Fury take their second round on the board. Now 2-1 up.
You could say that was double damage. Tuberal with the DMR, the DMR just picks up some clean kills and shows us exactly why Tuberal is just such a potent operator. Now, sure enough, there's a myriad of operators to choose from, and he is one of many that can bring in so much utility. However, operators like Solace are just so baseline simple that it provides so much information that it's always going to be a good pick, right? But Tuberal is a bit more circumstantial with how you play, and maybe a bit more site dependent. Maybe not site dependent, but more site efficient. Some sites better than the others, you know, but he's going to be strong regardless, especially for maybe even a site like this. But this time around they swapped it, and this we've got Crit J instead on the Mozzie.
Well, Feliz have definitely made a case for themselves in this matchup to not be underestimated. That's another round where they almost could have won. And Fury, if not for some individual outstanding moments, it could have been a round where Feliz, or rather a game where Feliz could be up right now, 2-1 in their favor. Doesn't happen just yet, but these hypotheticals are a lot more possible than one might have initially assumed them to be. The Solace plus the Mozzie being available here is going to make droning a nightmare for the Feliz attack.
Wow, first one down already. Foolish gets taken out, and there goes all your utility. The EE1D is off the board with 2 minutes and 20 seconds still left. That is a huge blunder and a fantastic win for Fury to just pick up that one easy peasy. And there we go, BG Man with another one here with the Vector picking up Moon, and there's your diffuser as well.
Yep, Fury is starting to build momentum here after those consecutive rounds right prior. It's I9 with another pick as well. As Pulse goes down, Feliz put into an inevitability here, where this is going to be potentially a clean round for Fury to take. He gets the one, demo. It's a good way to try and demolish that flawless from happening. Goes for the swing, gets the second on the cleanup. Looking for even more. But it's still a very tall ask for him to try and complete.
I love this. Demo is just checking off all the boxes. He's checking every single possible corner. He's covering his own 6. Yes, he is getting detected left, right, and center, but he is not wasting time. He's making these rotations as fast as he can. He has a minute left. He can take a breather to come up with some kind of strategy with the rest of his team, or maybe even just take this as a quote-unquote technical timeout in order to bring in a little bit more information and maybe let the team discuss something. But he will be picked up there. I9 finds him on that rotation, picks up clean headshot with the P9.
Well, not much of a fighting chance there for the majority of the round from Feliz, but Fury have finally kind of started to build up a lead here. Let's see if they pull away in this opening half. I think what's important for Feliz right now is really just kind of holding on, get a second round on the board, 4-2, because we've seen them be proficient enough to keep some of these rounds close. That previous one obviously was not a testament to what I just said, but there definitely is a possibility of them of not letting this game just run away from them as we move into the second half soon.
Fury are starting to pull away. Felice are keeping it relatively close sometimes. There are some good moments where they might be able to pull this one in, but every round they lose is just another step away from, I suppose, our hopes and expectations. But Crit J now on the Wamai is going to be bringing in the Frisbees, is what we like to call them, right? And along with the Jaeger,
5 seconds left.
they just don't want to have to deal with flashbangs right now. That's all this really is, right?
Attackers must
However,
defuse the bomb.
on the opposing team, they've got three flashbangs, two smokes, and not much else. So a bit of a couple of wasted picks there, due to just bad luck, really.
Well, with the pick that Felice are bringing on in, lots of firepower for sure. Got the AK on the moon. Obviously Felice there being on the Yana, but he's almost taken down early. MP5 in the hands of Crit J. Looking so formidable to try and duel up against when he's on the high ground. Even a Skywalker should know. Oh, but the slap here.
Wow.
Good trade out from Volson to get the opening pick.
Demo with a trade, very nice. I9 picking up a trade on Demo, sorry, misspoke. However, now that it is both even, I take that back. I spoke way too soon.
You jinxed it. You jinxed it.
Caster curse. Caster curse.
Let's see what curse befalls Fury here, though. As Felice, they're hoping for some superstition to bode in their favor. Now that they've lost a few members of their own, 4v3 now. You see him trying to pressure here from that cash take. They've taken the garage, but there's even more space for them to try and work with here with a minute and a half left.
A minute 20 seconds. Vols still has a little bit of utility left on him, I believe. A little bit of work on that mirror going down. Doesn't take it out just yet.
Yep, logistics still firmly in Fury's control, and like Hollis is sitting and chilling, waiting for an opportunity here to potentially strike.
He doesn't have to work too
push.
hard right now.
Yeah, well, that's a
Oh,
good
wow.
smoke off of it.
Ooh, the rotation. They didn't see that one. He's
Yeah, I don't think he
unaware.
knows. I don't think he knows he's that close. Like, Hollis has to be careful here. But it's still a difficult push in from Felice, as the net of defense here set up by Fury is going to be ready to catch him. And anticipating
Double-
it. Look at the swing.
Whoa.
Oh!
He knew. Oh! What is that? What is that? Oh, that wasn't even the final kill. Oh, that was dirtier. That was way worse.
That was worse.
That was way
thought-
worse.
You thought the other pixel was it, but no.
No,
Pixel
that was
after
the
pixel peak. Yeah, it was difficult there for him to even try and win that duel out on the Thermite. You know, they kind of had this like high-low angle hold there within the showers, but yeah, Fury starting to pull away here in Felice. Once again, another round where even though it ended 3-0, that round was actually potentially closer than the final statistic might lead you to believe.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Man. I was gonna say that, you know, like Hollis still had the Nitro Cell, but he didn't need it. He didn't need it. You know, they had all the time in the world, essentially. But they're still on that defense right now. Fury are playing their own game, like Hollis is swapped over to the Wamai, allowing Dark and Crit J to play more forward aggressive operators. Bandit still quite a relevant and strong operator, as we've seen in many rounds so far, especially shining on a site like this. Cash and CC. But Crit J, you know, like Oryx is an operator that, one thing I've never seen him tackle anyone. Not in one of these matches, you know. It could have, like, not even from behind or from the side.
Tackle? Don't you mean like bump. I imagine tackle more being like a, you know, like a wrestling type of spear where you just spear through somebody.
The guy runs so fast, it might as well be a spear. Let's face it, the guy runs through walls, bro.
Imagine a monster of a man, all juiced up, and you're in his way.
Hey, that's a fantasy for some, okay? But right now, the only fantasy I have is Felice taking a second round.
Well, let's see if they're able to even take this wall into the construction. That they do. Wall opened up.
Very nice.
Logistics is theirs as well. For the most part, this western side of the top floor is under their control, little do they know. So, it's going to have to be the cash room and CC that they're going to work with. Maestro, Evil Eye, easily dealt with, and they're actually on good pace here, Phillies, on taking some map control.
And they've got some pretty decent map control right now. They've got the bedrooms, the offices, all the way to construction right now. They've got to hold this one down. You know, one operator and bar. Just waiting to play a little bit of vertical, I imagine, but holding that flank just in case anyone decides to rotate up from the basement. A couple of EMPs go out. They're trying to deconstruct and find a different angle, but now Demo goes to work. He's trying to find one of the defenders. He's got a couple of pings down on some barbed wire, but a couple of shots from the blind side leave him worse for wear, and now he's a bit wary of where some of these gunshots are coming from.
Have to be careful, though, of the engage here. Like Hollis and BG Man swing and they find the kills, but look at this. Trades coming in from Felice are perfect and on time. Demo able to get that on the Crit J, but he's busted up and roughed up himself. Most of the members here in Felice, for the most part, being quite low in HP. Toxic Bades out on the smoke from I-9. They have little time to work with here, but still, they can get this one done. I-9, what a kill from him. What a down as well. Brings it to a 2v2, and that might have just won them the round. But no, I spoke too soon. Vol sees him from underneath the cache. It's a 1v1
Moon.
like Hollis once
Moon!
more.
Moon!
But Moon, he connects at the end. And they bring it 4-2 at the end of the half.
A total eclipse. Thatcher coming in with the Vault pre-fire. Crazy moments are here for us, and my fantasies have come true. Felice on a round 2. Halfway through now. Absolutely amazing. I cannot believe it. It just goes to show that, you know, these community series matches are exactly what the community needs. The fact that Felice get to go up against teams like Fury, and sure, maybe Fury aren't bringing in their A-level strats, but they are definitely still trying to pick up these frags. They want that money. There is $10,000 on the line, USD, for the top 4. They are, I damn hell promise you, they are trying their best right now to make sure they get at least 4th place, because that is a lot of money over in Thailand, and anyone would want that. So, in saying that, Black and Blue, Felice showing up the way they did, as tight as they have so far, is a massive, positive green flag for us.
Oh, for sure. And especially when you take into consideration the fact that, as we've already mentioned, there are a few rounds there that they certainly could have turned into their favor. For Felice, this could have very easily been a 3-3 half in a very competitive game, but as I said, Felice, they get this 2-4 in the opener, certainly keeps this game within reach of turning it around into their own favor. But let's look at the comps they bring. Felice pulling out that Mozzie plus the Solus, which on Fury's part, they make their jobs a bit more difficult to gather information on where this roam game is happening.
Yeah, it does look like they're going for the quick reach over by CCTV. Playing a little bit safe here, just getting a little bit more, how do I say this? Just a couple more options open available for us, yeah? BG man, we got the Maverick and the Thermite going for the double hard breach just to open this jacuzzi wall. And once they get that going, Fury are going to mantle on and play the low game through the plastic chairs. They've got a couple of pings down and a little bit of information available to them, but no heart sight on an enemy just yet. Bullets are flying, but none connecting. They know exactly where the enemy is. They know they're in cache, but it's really about the setup and entry into that site that's going to make this play work.
Felice doing a good job of burning some time off the clock here. There's map control gained, but no picks just yet. Crit J doesn't know where exactly he is. Val's taking the fight, but he loses it. And Crit J opens things up as their entry right behind him. Do they even realize there's somebody waiting? The swing comes on out, but he doesn't connect. Not as much as they wanted to at the very least. Crit J trying to open up the wall. It is reinforced, so he's going to stay alive.
Aww.
Frags going out either way. BG Man finds one. Dark as well here for Fury. It's a 2v4 as the dust settles after that firefight. But they're still going for more. Demo, last one alive. As Moon is taken down. He stands alone here, Demo, in a 1v4. But quickly drops to the floor. 5-2. As Fury open up the second half of the round.
Felice were just not ready for that push. Like I said, it was all about the setup, and once Fury had that setup, they pushed in and cleaned house. Felice got caught with their pants down over and over again. Boss on the vault. Demo being flashed and cornered in the open. Sure, he was behind the bomb, but you know, like, he had so many openings where he was just clearly vulnerable to. If he was in a bathroom, maybe he'd have a little bit more time. Whatever you want to say. Fact is, Fury had the superior setup. And Felice did nothing to mitigate that. They could have spent some time rotating to cut them off. They could have tried to play a little bit of vertical. They knew they were in CCTV. Specifically, I'm pretty sure it was the Mozzie that knew they were in CCTV. But there was no rotation. There was no rotation for that. There was no defense. If it was another operator that was playing on stairs, didn't last very long. Rotated out or got picked up, and there was just no presence available to slow them down because Fury just pressed go and they hit full throttle.
Well, that's what Fury's about sometimes, isn't it? Just being able to turn up the intensity. Ferocious, their name might suggest, and that they truly live by.
Bomb located by attackers.
With that Finka, that's going to be even more so prevalent. The Ashe as well, plus, obviously, the Yana. They all complement the idea coming into this round. As Felice, they have the Warden. Maybe make sure these smokes aren't going to be a problem. These flashes, rather, aren't going to be a problem when they do come on in. But that's only a mitigation of an inevitability here. You can see they got these Zoto canisters once more on the K. That might be able to deal with the Thermite, but will that deal with a Roam here coming from I9, who simply slides in, gets the one, could confirm the kill, gets another, and they're being decimated right now. Felice in a tough spot. 4v1, and this round is over as soon as it starts.
Boss is the last one left, and he needs nothing short of a miracle to be able to make this one happen. He's up against the Maverick, and honestly, he's now cornered on all sides. They know exactly where he is. He's just waiting for the moment where they just pick him up, and there we go. BG Man is the one to do it. So, look. It's just hard to see that once they flipped over onto that defense, they were completely vulnerable. And if anything, I9 picking people up with the G36C? Man. I mean, don't get me wrong. Fantastic gun. Super accurate. But you need to land those headshots. But I9 is the guy that does. He's the guy that does, right?
He is a G. As you said, as we've established.
He is a G.
G36.
Oh, no. I didn't see that one coming. The puns are too out of control today, man.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
It is pretty lore accurate for a man of his caliber. But the only caliber they have to be concerned with here, Felice. There's a 45 going through their skulls. Felice in a difficult position here. Match point. No cushions anymore to fall back into. And Fury are looking to end this one right here, right now. They bring out the Fenrir though, and Felice. They got the castle as well. Lots of ways to try and be a bit more pesky against the attacking side with that Legion too, but will it be enough to gain them another chance, another round in this map?
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Wall reinforced.
They've still got a lot of reinforcements left on them. It doesn't look like they're too worried for the site down below, as it does have a lot of natural reinforcement through that hard floor. The E1D gets popped, and no one is worried so far. It's just a preliminary scan, but an interesting one here to note is Fenris. That's most likely going to be guarding this long tunnel down through garage into the oil pit. Backed up by this castle
barricade
wall.
Yeah, it's not going to do much, right? You just
Nah.
slap it with a hammer, and there it goes.
Well,
Okay,
but
I keep
see,
that
that's
for
what
the
I'm telling you. That thing is scary, man. Look at
Yeah,
how
just
fast
sends
they
him
run.
out immediately, tucking tail and turning around, but only halts them momentarily. Shots a bit too late there as they ring on out. Could have gotten the punish. Luckily for Fury, they weren't necessarily punished by that.
Oh,
E1D
absolutely.
rings out and nothing much.
They still have one dread mine left.
Yep.
We're unsure of the positioning of that one just yet, but we've got the mute on hold, holding this corner. That's the SMG out. Just gonna try to peek this one here. That SMG, if anyone's forgotten, is surprisingly accurate. Moon playing a very close angle here onto the stairs. Just waiting for anyone trying to rotate on from the kitchen. He's not going to find anyone just yet, but he has these corners, and he's backed up by the Legion standing on the stairs. False. Still has 5 goo mines available for him. He's going to keep those on hold, but Dark picks up Foolish, and it looks like... Ooh.
Okay. Those are some rounds taken.
Oh, I know.
4v3 as somehow I9's dropping on down from the hatch as well. 3v2 as the dust does settle. They're trying to go for the attempt here on the plant. He sees him on church, and the prayer answered. It's a 2v1 though here for Demo. Low HP Dark is. If he gets like Hollis, this is definitely doable. He's got the Nitro Cell as well to try and equalize the outs, to try and apply a bit more pressure, but they're playing the crossfire. Sees ahead, gets it down here on the Dark, and Lycolis stands alone. He's got the Nitro Cell. We've mentioned that, but he crawls into the sights of Lycolis, who ends the game. GG's in the chat. And that it is that. 7-2, rather 7-3. This guy, okay, 2. And this game is done. Fury take their opener of the group stage.
Look at that action shot. Lara Croft in the making. I9. BG, man. I'm telling you, these guys were killing it. But that's their one and done for the night. They're calling it here. They're just living up to their name. And I expect nothing less from Fury at all. And saying that Felice put up a good fight, they have one more match later on after the following game. They are match 4 tonight, so expect to see them back again and hopefully in better spirits. But they came pretty close against some of the most reputable players in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and as I mentioned a while ago, you know, this final scoreline 7-2, it might suggest a stomp, but really, even though, yes, Fury were kind of in the driver's seat for the majority of this game, there were some rounds here that could have been in Felice's favor. This could have easily been a 7-4, maybe even closer if they were able to win some of those rounds and gain momentum from of it, you know, and as well as confidence off the back of some 1 rounds. But this game, 7-2, erase that from your heads, because I definitely great fight is what Feliz were able to put on up. We have another game though to be played right after a quick break, and I believe that should be Devil Package here versus Galita. So another situation between a team from the community side of things and a team from the pro circuit who have another shot at proving that underdogs are never to be underestimated, Glenn.
Absolutely. So we've got these games coming up, and honestly, I am looking forward to it. We've got 3 more rounds of Rainbow Six Siege coming through tonight, and it's only going to be ramping up as we even lead up to Elevate coming back for their second round against Devil Package. But this is the opportunity Devil Package has to set the bar for us for what to expect for this finale on our opening night here on the Elite series on the community, for the Elite Community series, sorry. But Galita are sure to be as scary as we'd expect them to, right?
I mean, they've got some names you might kind of recognize here. Mr. Punch, DCH, and Super Onigiri, star-studded ones we know for sure, but we will see those stars and your star, hopefully, when we come back from this break. Do not go anywhere, before we shall be back in a hair.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Gon' play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what say that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. Thank you.
Welcome back, welcome back. We are here for more Rainbow Six in the Rainbow Six Elite Community Series. Black and Blue, we are having a great time. So far, we've had two great teams go off, two underdogs, and Feliz came a little bit closer than 1Z did, but it was still no dice there. We're going up against two new teams here, but you know, some familiar faces. Galita versus Devil Package.
Well, Galita, it is compromised of a team that has quite considerable experience in the past. We've already witnessed that, right? You got some notable names on this squad who are certainly no slouches either. You look at Mr. Punch, DCH, you look at Super Onigiri, you look at Marksy as well as IDFC, who on the previous, kind of Asia League performance that we saw from them, they weren't necessarily picked up by this roster. They were finally moved on over to this org after being picked up from that no cap squad, and they've been doing we actually don't really know how they've been doing, because this is one of their first outings as Galita on this team. It's called Galita Streamer, as you see, but there was a different Galita squad that we did see perform during the Asia League. It didn't have this exact roster, but they had some other boys on them, kind of like Deadpool and all. But this is a different Galita squad, kind of made up of the former No Cap squad instead. But it's the opposing side that we're a bit more not used to seeing on this stage. And especially, Jackie Wu is the only player that we do know from Devil Package that we can really, kind of assess and talk about with history.
He has some good history that we can speak about from Dire Wolves. However, this time with this new roster, it's really just all on him. We can maybe, speculate based on who he's picked, that they are of his caliber, and Jackie's a very formidable person. As a player, he is fairly scary, but again, we're going to Clubhouse. This is a map that we're either going to get none of or just too many rounds of. It's a safe bet. It is a map where some of the greatest teams come to die. But, if you're not up to the task, you will not do anything. What is that? Oh, it's a hat. Okay. Oh my gosh. I had a jump scare for a second.
It is a very curious hat.
I was not
That's
ready.
for sure. He looks like a pea shooter from Plants vs. Zombies or something.
No, it looks like an alien. It's a creepy little alien mask.
It is an alien, but
Oh,
they all got some
terrified.
funky hats.
I think that was.
To be honest.
I think that was definitely in the memo somewhere. But we've got a fair few familiar faces here on this team, but coming through for the Taiwanese team, Jackie and his compatriots are all set up and ready to rumble.
And that bout, certainly, we shall witness to be one that, hey, from the games that we've had so far, between the Asia League teams and non-Asia League teams, it's been increasingly competitive. The first one, okay, maybe not so, right, for Elevate, between 1Z. And then the next one that we saw, Fury then, coming up against Feliz, became a bit more competitive. And so maybe if that trend continues, that this matchup between Galita and Devil Package could increase the stakes here a bit, as the opening ban goes to Ying and then the Habini. Yes, I said that on purpose.
Well, Habini and Ying off the board does mean that the plays, these are standard operators to actually bring in those bans for. Tubero, honestly, is a strong pick, but I'm not sure if he's ban worthy. It's definitely a bit more targeted at any one player, or they just want to play a game where they feel a little bit more comfortable. Kaid is always going to be a good ban, especially on a vertical map like this. The Attila Claw will not be able to do too much and will not be able to stop them getting the breaches on the hatches. Sorry,
Well,
my brain is running out of caffeine.
the Tubarão, don't worry, bud, is also a big threat here, and especially in those big walls. We saw that kind of, Zoto canister, and then they throw the bandit trick right into it. They combine that. It makes getting these walls open, the hard breaches job, so much more difficult. Their lives terrible to try and commit to. So it's kind of understandable why that would come out here. But let's look at over what they stick with. They got the Fenrir plus the Azami, the Solus, a bunch of new faces, obviously, but Jackie Wu here on the mute, plus this Wamai. I really like this comp that DP are bringing out. I think it's decently well-rounded. You have a decent amount of roam game here, but also just so many ways to kind of put different types of obstacles in their face. Some of them have to be breached through, being, or destroyed rather, being on the Fenrir and the Azami with those kunais. But the others, aside from, the Kiba barricades, the Wamai, that's going to expend that utility, and then the mute's obviously going to jam stuff, and then Solus is also another anti-drone option along with the mute, so there's a lot here, well-rounded, I think, that the DP have put together for this opening round comp.
And like I said, Solus is going to be a pick that's always good, because it's not ban-worthy, but it's so strong that you just can't you can't just ignore it. Nor can you just leave it alone. It's fairly circumstantial when you don't take Solace. Azami is also one of those cases for a map like Clubhouse, where, like I said, a lot of these corridors are quite wide. Having a little bit of extra cover does make it very easy for the defense to play. That kunai is placed so well, it's going to be able to completely block that entrance while leaving the feet open for anyone playing down this long hall. It's going to make it very easy to defend, and even that one kunai just by the hatch does make that defense so much easier.
Well, as Azuki goes down into Solus, it's pretty good from Galita already to start things off here. These Kiba barriers are going to be increasingly problematic as the round progresses, as they get closer to the setup itself. You see here, Galita still trying to, DP still trying to prep. But, I mean, the problem as they look for potentially blue control here is going to be that the defense is primarily focused towards holding that off. They do have the main entrance.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Their feet are just wide open. They need to do something about that, but they unfortunately don't have a Zafia on them, and they need to be able to just, throw some utility at it, but they don't have that anymore. Rekka picks up a kill onto Williams, and now it's a 4v3, a 4v2, down to one member. DP they're down to their last defender, and Scarlet gets taken off the board along with his head.
Nice flick there from Markalele to readjust back onto the target. As you said, head removed. A quick round here for the attacking Galita. Just overpower the defense. Even if the comp was okay, the rest of the execution of it wasn't up to par here on the defensive side. Let's see what they pull out. We go up top to Gym and Bedroom, not Cash, no. Pull out the Bandit, seemingly so. To accompany that, the Wamai, the Azami, Frost, and the Mute. I'm curious to see which way their defense is going to be focused towards. Will they extend horizontally into that Cash side, or are things going to be a bit more compact, or do we see kind of a roam down under to maybe perhaps make any opposing bucks or sort of vertical control more difficult?
We might. However, right now, DP have to make sure they just survive because they got slaughtered. They need to be just a little bit more aggressive. I mean, the take on the basement was way too easy for the attacking team, and sure, we're talking about players like DCH, Mr. Punch, Mark, and to be honest, it really does feel a bit lackluster so far. But it's only the first round. Round 2 now. They've got a little bit more opportunity.
Well, it's about seizing those opportunities. We'll see if that comes to pass. There's actually Sapper playing instead as well in here.
Yeah. All these players right now, they're just waiting for this right opportunity. They're trying to get this jacuzzi wall open, and they've got 2 minutes left. There's still a lot of time available to them. But only one nitro cell on that defense still remains. It's only on Jackie right now, but still not seeing a lot of vertical play coming in from Mr. Punch. But we haven't seen the camera rotate over on his side just yet. Yana doing a little bit of work. Mark trying to find anyone that may be rotating, but there goes their DCH, there goes their Thermite and their Heart Breach. Yes, they use the Exothermic, but very strong fragger there. Wow. Jackie.
What a swing from Jackie Wu there from the gym. Certainly lifting these weights up on the shoulders. 5v3 as Galita here continue to try and bring this round back, as Jackie Wu single-handedly has gained the advantage now for this DP squad. Bit of a bout here as a cash take looks to try and pincer, but one side of that pincer was shut down by Jackie Wu. So how do Galita adjust? Devil Package right now put up a good fight to start off this round. They still got the Nitro Cell here on Jackie Wu, and that could be a problem if they do try and commit to a push later on. They still have Sapper as well on that ace with these charges to try and open things up with the Selmas, but will that be enough to open up into construction from Logi? Mr. Punch held back by the barbed wire. He wants to go up. He wants to push up. He's made his presence known. Baits out the swing, and they trade each other 1-for-1. 2v4 now it stands. Good pick off here from Sapper. 2v3 now. And Galita have a chance to try and pull this back. Do they see them? He sees the feet. He gets the kill as well. Jackie Wu gives him a sliver, and Sapper takes a mile. 2v2. They're trying to stick the plant. The swing on from the gym as Markalele connects. It's a 1v1. 5 seconds left. Time is ticking. Scarlet with the shotty from afar. And he connects through the foothole. It's all he needs. 1-1. They tie up the game here from Devil Package. They deliver.
That's exactly the performance I was needing to give this game a little bit of life, and it's all started when DCH went down. Sure, they got the wall open and he did his job, but Thermite is a very strong fragger. We call him Fragmite as a joke for a reason, and that's because he's so potent on that team. But this time around, they're going to bring the Finka. Maybe they just need a little bit more health on their side in order to make these games and make these fights lean over into their favor. But when Yao went down and traded with Mr. Punch, that was just a huge tip because it was Mr. Punch's bait. But Yao reacted quickly enough in order to equalize that. If not, Mr. Punch would have had complete free reign of that stairs and the intersection. The entire trade there would have been different. And having the center point of that push would have made it infinitely more possible for the attacking team.
Well, it's a difficult position that they were put into, and yet they still came out on top, Ian. So, good stuff here. We've seen easy for them to say, or for us to say rather, but hard for them to pull off, and yet they were. The Monty from Mr. Punch. This is the first Monty we've seen all day.
Well, it's on a player that's got a lot of experience, and that's no surprise, really. Mr. Punch has just, I don't know about how many professional showings he's had as Monty, but I'm sure he's had quite a lot of practice on the operator itself. He's got a couple of Heart Breach charges on him as well, so he's going to be able to make a little bit of sight and maybe even a little bit of an entry for his team to really bring in, maybe bring in some extra utility, some extra assistance for the rest of them. But Griswold's go off, the wall gets popped open, and William gets taken down quite quickly.
So 5v3. DP put into the position that Galita were in a while ago. I mean, they still got this Fenrir up online, all three of them, for that fact. That could be a way to do things, but he gets a bit wayward on that one, I think. Sapper gets a kill. It was traded out by Azuki, but ultimately, look at Jackie Wu. He's trapped here. He gets the one. Could not swap out to his primary in quick enough time. It's down to the 2v1 effectively as Mr. Punch is down for the count here. Not out just yet. Azuki, no Nitrous Cell. Could possibly use that to confirm these two, but that opportunity has escaped him. And IDFC is there to get his buddy up and shut this round down. 2-1 now. As Galita take the lead.
A bit more of a solid round there. Unfortunately, William didn't get that rotation to the corner in time and got picked off as a result of that. We're bringing it around this time. Bringing the Goyo. Might make it a little bit easier, but we're going down to Church and Arsenal, and that's going to mean Fenrir is back on the board. We saw Fenrir play very strongly on this site in the last game between Fury and Felice. This time around, will they be able to play this to a higher degree, a greater caliber is what I'm looking for essentially. And Jackie Wu this time on the Solace. I'm hoping for a little bit more aggression on this operator. We see this quite a lot, but sometimes it's a bit more passive. But for now, it's just a little bit of recon on those cameras and all those drones.
Well, let's see if you're able to actually utilize the strengths of what they bring to the table here. That Goyo is a curious pick. It's certainly not unheard of, especially on the basement. But will they even be able to be in position to capitalize off of what those canisters give you, right? Have Jackie Wu here roaming from up top on the Solus. And that could propose a problem later on. But they do have IDFC on that Lion, so those scans be one way that they apply pressure. That's exactly what they're trying to do here right now. Kind of keep them away from these windows to get themselves close on in. They pop the Doki now to try and really figure out what he's up to.
Cell phones are ringing. Crazy ex-girlfriend wants to know where you are. But Jackie plays it quite chill. Make sure she's not tracking your phone. But Scarlet goes down. There's your Legion. It has a lot of compounding value as his goo mines are no longer available for the rest of the 2 minutes of the round. But Yao's going to hold down the fort with those dread mines. Bit of a trade over going down in the church, but no bullets are connecting just yet. Once caught, 3 down in a row.
Okay. Somehow, they get those kills here, Devil Package. What a way to receive it, Galita. Arms open, but little do you know, there's a bomb inside of it. Explodes in their face, and look at this. The casualties remain. It's all in the Mark-a-Layla and Sapper here to try and bring this one back 2v4. We've got a bit of time to work with. We saw them come really close in that other round, where things almost seemed out of reach. And when it's Galita at the helm of things, you have to believe that they're possible and capable of anything.
You can see the Dread Mine go off there. Unfortunately, no one available to capitalize on it. But Ace pulls back. He's got Doki hanging around the corner. No more phone calls left, but he does have one more breach charge available to him. He just doesn't know where this Dread Mine is. He's unable to pick that one up. Mark-a-Layla gets the double kill. Clean headshot. Flashbangs go out. 20 seconds left on the clock.
Some time to work with here. 2 kills certainly have benefited them already. Dreadmines, as you mentioned, being such a nuisance here. A double now for Williams, who's racing to the finish line of this round, and Yao swings as well. DP, Devil Package, it's a 2-2 here, easy. And we mentioned that each game has been increasingly competitive, and this one is certainly looking to continue that trend. We're already tied up 4 rounds in.
Fenrir is just such a strong operator on Church and Arsenal. That blue tunnel is his domain. It is so hard to find a Dreadmine because 1, it is proximity. 2, there are those little intricate pipes and the little, switch boxes and the power outlets.
Attackers need to locate
You will not find that thing easily. I mean, look, we're going into the round 5 now, and we might see a Thatcher come through. Ashe is an interesting option to switch into. She's always going to be good, always going to be strong. However, I prefer to see Diana pick up a little bit more information as they push in, because they are getting caught. When they are going down, they are not going down and trading. They are getting taken out in groups. And somehow DP are just doing a fantastic job of that.
attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
Well, Galita, even as more experienced as they might be, it's DP's potentially unrestrictedness. Them not playing so rigid, them being a bit more fluid in how they do things. Maybe to an extent that Galita don't expect or haven't come too accustomed to just yet. It's benefiting them here right now. And if you're DP, you're certainly going to want to make full use of what the Fenrir provides, because it's been one of their strongest aspects playing off of it. Those Dreadmines have been certainly benefiting them here.
Located a bomb.
Look at Zuki trying to play a bit further away as a mirror.
As long as you got control over the vector, it doesn't really matter too much. But we can see the Dreadmines already placed down in construction. Scarlet doing a fantastic job right now. But just no action going 1 minute through.
Okay. Seems like they might get this wall open and towards the CC room.
They can have
Scarlet.
it, really.
Yep. I mean, Scarlet looks to maybe fish out a reaction here, hop on out if anybody's playing outside that window. Catch him in the back, but Galita a bit more cautious here. They do have the Monty, and Mr. Punch, as I say his name, is taking some damage. They're trying to walk up the garage rafters.
Ooh.
Oh, but he gets a kill somehow too. Pistol on out, DCH and Sapper. And look at this. They push on in, simply trying to overrun them. And that's exactly what happens.
Oh.
Devil Package here, caught in a pincer from multiple directions. And as soon as they say go, as soon as they spring into action, the ferocity and fast pace of Galita's attack is simply overwhelming. And 3-2. At least they get the equalized half at the worst for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yao needed so much more help in that garage. Once he saw the Monty, I was hoping we'd see someone rotate to help him pick up that flank. However, he got pinched. He was distracted. He had too many things to worry about. And unfortunately, there was just not many people coming through.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
We've got round 6 now. We might see a bit of a repick or a rehost come through. We're unsure at this point. They have called it in chat. But right now, let's talk about Galita and DP. DP are putting up a really good fight. But they are just not making some of these rotations in time. And they're just... They're either switched on or they're one step behind. That's the same for Galita right now, because Galita are either being completely caught off guard because DP are switched on, or
5 seconds.
they are just walking through.
Attackers.
Well, it seems like we might come back to our faces for the meantime, so you're gonna have to look at our mean mugs. Unfortunately, you have to look at that Easy's pretty face for the meantime. Obviously, technical issues are plaguing us. It's the nature of the beast. It's an online event. We live in Asia. You know how things go. So yeah, we'll try and reset things over. I think that round counts anyway, so we should go back to round number 6, right, Glenn?
We should go back to round number 6. It's just a matter of the sites not being available because of the settings, so it's just a minor issue. But it does look like we are going to gym. But now that it is made available to them, well, that's what they said in the chat. But now that it's kind of out in the open, will they actually go back to gym or not? So what we do know is that the setting
always go back
be,
to gym. Yeah.
I know I will be.
Yeah. I'm sure Easy is a big
protein shake
advocate of that. Oh really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
This is now turned into a Gym Talk podcast, folks. You're touching grass.
Creatine.
Steel.
Creatine.
Creatine.
Protein, guys. Protein. No, okay. Look, in all seriousness, DP are putting up a fantastic fight. It's unfortunate that we saw the rehost come through and we aren't able to get that juicy 6th round straight off the bat. However, I think they might be able to get this 3-3, like you said. They might be able to actually just even this out equal. But they have to be switched on because, like I said, they're either not getting rotations, they're making the wrong sacrifices, and they're getting caught off guard. We saw them in the first round get caught on rotations and essentially being flustered around the same site, which was, by the way, CCTV and Cash. But the pinch was the same. They got pinched in Garage. They gave Garage away way too quickly. The rafters, the catwalk, free, right? Essentially.
Yep.
And what was the same strategy? Monty. They brought a Monty, and that's it. They had no answer for it. They need someone to respond. Whether that's someone down in the oil puts that's just waiting for the Monty to rotate past, like maybe a Vigil or God forbid, Touchwood, Kavira, F tier pick, the worst possible pick, the worst possible pick you could have gone for. But the point I'm trying to make, like maybe even Echo,
Yeah.
Point I'm trying to make is that they're giving up Garage too quickly. It's just going, and as soon as they lose Garage, that's their CCTV is free. There are so many angles into CCTV. It is so hard to defend. Cash is a more defendable point, but the way you defend CCTV is by defending every other area around it, right? It's one of those sites where essentially if you give up Garage, that's it, it's gone. Garage is your only and your real control point because you can't defend it from the lounge below. When you defend it from the lounge below, it's you're fighting across the main entrance, the stock room, the other stock room, and Garage itself. There are too many angles in which you have to defend the site, and you narrow it down to the stairs by just outside Cash and Garage. But if anything, maybe we need more runouts. Maybe we need someone sprinting out from the stock room in order to catch someone off guard. Maybe we need a couple more frag grenades. There has to be something. There has to be an answer available to them. But this is why we need this rehost, because they want to go to gym instead.
So do we.
I was waiting for it.
This is way too easy. But I mean, your point still stands, right? Where they give up control of that way too quick, especially in a position where their most focused utility towards holding that Garage in general was the Kiba barriers from Izami. And while that might be good in kind of contesting a duel, maybe from when they come in through the threshold, through the doorway in a Garage, it's not necessarily the best way to pull out the Monty. So still smart from Galita to pull out the Monty. Kind of after droning out the fact that is that. But I think what could have been done there too is just have something a bit more poised into stopping that Monty from simply walking up. I think there was barbed wire, but it might not have been necessarily enough.
A Legion.
Perhaps,
Bring a Legion.
yeah, a Legion, big tool to try and turn things around, right? But even if they did have a Legion, maybe something else, just in general, to kind of focus there. A Maestro, even, just to make sure that that Monty has to turn around, or they have to give it more utility, or another player into Garage to pull a bit more attention away from that. But case in point stands. Galida are smart about pick and choosing when their timing was going to go off, and because of that, they reap the benefits of what they sowed early in the droning phase of finding out what was in front of them and what to bring and what is to come. So what is to come is a question. Hopefully back in round 6, where we see 3-2 in Galida's favor, and then we can continue with this darn game, because right now, LAN, in the position we're in, I'm not sure where you guys live, but for people here in Southeast Asia, where this tournament is happening, it is nighttime, and we still got more games happening. So I bet some of these players are starting to get a bit drowsy as these games continue on forward, especially since some of them have a second game to play here today. So yeah, there's definitely a bit of fatigue that could come on for some of the teams who are playing twice today, as compared to maybe a team like Fury, who's only playing once.
Yeah, well, it's 2:30 a.m. over here in New Zealand, so I can tell you now that I'm awake. I am wide awake, waiting for these games to happen, because I just love watching these games. An operator that I am looking forward to seeing if they get picked, Thunderbird.
Thunderbird.
Yeah, Thunderbird.
I don't think we're gonna get that Thunderbird here, buddy. I'm sorry.
Hey man, you never know. You never know. We saw Tuberao, we saw Grim for a round. Unfortunately, didn't really get to see Grim to his greatest extent. In my opinion, not my favorite operator personally. But I feel like Thunderbird is more of a border kind of pick, like fantastic for border with large rotations and very sort of embodied terrain where there's a lot of cover available. Unfortunately, just not seeing that come through. Sam Fisher, 0, also not being picked. We're not seeing a lot of that happen, and he's a fantastic intel operator that's always going to be good to pick up, especially with the utility that he brings and the weapons and the firepower he brings as well. But we did see Aruni for just a short bit, and Brava got banned real quick in the first games. Just, unfortunately, no one's bothered to pick her up either. So she's an operator that I like to see, but at the same time, I mean, she's a fantastic counter defender, right? Just turning those dread mines back on the defenders, and if you can time that with your attacking team, that could be a couple of free kills for you. However, we're not seeing that happen, to be honest, just because there are just so many operators on the roster. None of them have been retired yet, and we haven't got more bans. We've got 4 bans, and it's just a smorgasbord at this rate. Malusi's another operator that hasn't been picked up yet, and I'm looking forward to, but I fear we are never going to see Amaru.
A game.
Amaru. We'll see the game soon. We'll see the game soon enough. You know, I feel like we'll probably see Kali sooner than we'll see Amaru.
I think that can happen. Maybe on a map like Chalet, which we've actually seen Thunderbird be pulled out in the past. So maybe you're gonna get the 2-for-1 there. You get the Kali, you get that Kali and the Thunderbird going on. Perhaps you would be blessed with that.
To be honest.
Yeah, Amaru too as well. To be honest, to be fair, there was Consult as well. That could happen. But I mean, if you look at the previous stats from like the very most recent play stage of the Asia League, especially LCQ, we look at the map here, like Clubhouse, wherein the defender's side was so much more poised to win than the attacker side. So 64 effectively % win rate compared to the 36% win rate that we see coming in. And so that's 64 for the defend, 30 for 36 rather for the attacking side. That's huge. That's a big disparity. That's almost 30% in the defender's favor. And with that being the case, if that rings true in this game, then when we swap on over to the second half when Galida are on the defense, then well, for DP here, they might have a big problem up ahead.
Yeah, that's unfortunately true. They just got to keep their game up. But so far, they've proven that they have the ability to bring positive results on their side to actually to actually manifest a win. Just have to see it really happen. And unfortunately, for the rest of you, you're hearing us waffle on. So it's a bit of a hard situation for us. But
Yep.
I'm looking forward to the games. I can only speculate what's going to happen at this point, but the more we yabber on, the less Caster Curse is relevant. I guess, is that how it works?
Yeah. I mean, you can leave us on in the background for the meantime. I think we're only here to keep you company if you are either friendless or, in
don't say
Elden
that.
Ring terms, maidenless. And
Wow.
so we can be your friends for the meantime.
I can be your maiden.
And maiden what?
Made in Malaysia, actually.
Made
But
in Malaysia.
so
Shout out
represent-
to Malaysia.
Yeah,
As a
representing
whole,
all my
just as a whole.
Malaysians. Unfortunately, there are there's a lack of Malaysians in this current league, but it's okay. Singaporeans got us. They're the second best thing there. We've got Speakeasy on the board, so hey, close enough, guys.
What's the first best thing over on that side of the pond then? If Singapore is the second.
Malaysia, duh.
Oh, okay, okay.
But
I see
you know,
you're waving the flag high. You have a break.
And we're back. Finally, we've had our game sorted, and we are going, and we are in the gym and bedroom.
At the same time?
At the same time, because I sleep in the gym, that's why. But no, look, we're reinforcing the wall to the jacuzzi. We're getting ready for our first round here. I take back the 6th round here. First round after the break. But look, we've got the same picks going on. We've got Jackie Wu on the Asami. The Kunai is getting ready. Yao on the Bandit this time. And not to mention Scarlet on the Mute, Mizuki on the Solace, and William on the Valkyrie.
Well, we certainly saw some moments where DP somehow, some way able to take some of these rounds away from Goleta, but the most previous one, Goleta just simply overran and overcame in such quick fashion as well. They pull out the Bandit now. The Azami is well here to accompany that Solus. The Valkyrie is the one I want to see them play more with. I think it's also a curious decision that we're going to see, you know, the Rotaro drones come on in, considering there is a Solus up online, so they're going to know that thing is coming.
There's definitely something amiss here, but we got the exothermic being planted. Will they be able to get this or not? It's most likely that they will. The construction wall is fairly easy to breach, and it's less heavily defended with gadgets than most of the other walls. The rest of them more priority. This one here is for good measure though, and that's mainly because it's hard to get to that fire escape in the first place. But the kunais are out. The Kiba barrier is going to allow them to just gain a little bit of a fast rotation. Does leave Mr. Punch pre-firing, not collecting any kills just yet, but the breach charge should be able to get rid of that Kiba barrier to allow maybe a little bit more surveillance over on that rotation.
So some contact being made there, but nobody really connecting just yet. DP in the position that they're in. No, that's the pressure by Scarlet, who definitely pulls some attention his way. Goes back down to the kitchen. But Goleta have yet to really make an aggressive move here with a minute left on the clock. You can see him pre-placing that Nitro when the walk-in does come towards their way. It's Jackie Wu who starts off the round with less than a minute left. The opening pick, they drop DCH. His gym and bedrooms looking to be a problem right now for Goleta to get themselves into in the first place.
We do hear the bomb buggy, as I like to call it, go off just a bit. Quick kill onto DCH, and now onto Mark. Leaves 3 members on Goleta. Make that 2. Trying to defend, trying to take this site, and it's going to be increasingly difficult.
What?
Until they take out 2 members. I'm leaving this one to you. I'm speaking to
I don't
you.
know. I don't know how this is coming out here. Scarlet drops the 1. All he has to do is waste time. They're trying to stick it maybe, but no. Doesn't have the diffuser in his hands, and the round is done already. Great attempt by IDFC there. He knew that somebody was within that bedroom. Took a guess where it could have been based off of previous information. He was right, but hey, Devil Package. It's a 3-3 they tie the game up with at the end of the half.
You made the call. You made that prediction, and it happened. They're bringing this one around for themselves. They're switching off the Warden, and they're going with the Valkyrie. Might switch back to it through on the first prep phase, but they're bringing Ram this time. Let's hope they stick with that pick, because I just want Ram to work. I want it to work.
Well, I don't know if they're gonna stick with this, but it looks like they might bring out the Hive launcher. The Ram, I think it's gonna stick now, considering they haven't been swapping over off from it yet. Could help in their aid for vertical play.
It'll be
Especially
the first time
knowing
we
the
see
Bucky's out.
Be the first time we see the buggy auto breacher. I love it.
Before insertion.
Yep, that thing is a menace, putting any Tamiya to shame. But now, for DP, let's see what the plan is here. It has to be vertical control, considering what they bring to the table. That Hive Launcher as well aids in gaining information after opening up the walls, rather the flooring from up above, on where they could be hiding. So, looking to be the case where plan here for Galita, rather for DP, is opening things up above and then establishing that vertical control. But with that, they bring the Ace instead of Hibana. So looking perhaps to also get that main, or rather blue control, open up some of those walls and get some sort of pincer going.
Looks like Yana gets picked off really quickly. Mr. Punch finds that headshot off screen. Jackie's still doing a little bit of vertical work, but Mr. Punch now being hunted down. You're looking for that trade, and they need it to happen, but he's got to rotate out of there. He needs a little bit of backup. He's got one and two members on his defending team to keep him nice and safe. They're going to keep these defending team players alive for as long as possible, and that's the name of the game here. They got to wear down 1 minute and 30 seconds on that clock. But they don't have to worry if they take them down on that attacking team. Yao gets picked off, and there goes your Grim. We're never gonna see the guy use the bees. It's like an endangered. They're like an endangered species or something at this point. You know, I
The
wouldn't know.
bees. Oh, the bees.
Buggy auto breacher
Not
going
good.
down, rips up the floor. You see the diffuser gets picked up as well, and they're beginning a little bit of rotation on Jackie. Gonna follow suit and try to open up a little bit of flooring himself, most likely over inside the kitchen by the look of it. But no, actually Azuki puts that down again, puts down another 3 buggies, all going to work, and that's the kitchen taken care of. Oh, Mr. Punch.
Punches him in the face and connects right on the chin there, takes off his head. 3v2. Markulele on the swing, and he drops the diffuser on Azuki. It's a 2v2 now. Markulele has just gotten them a great position to take the lead here. Galita still some time to work with though. Jackie Wu making his presence known. Swings wide, gets the 1 kill. Low in ammo though, has to reload soon. Can maybe go for the plant. It is a 1v2. DCH here. He's been found. They know he's in the arsenal. He gets the angle, but still Jackie Wu comes out on top. Let's go of the plant. Swings wide and lands true straight to the face.
On 1 HP.
What a shot. On 1 HP as well. A sliver of health left, but that's all he needed. And DP, they've taken over this game in the lead.
It's not the wildest comeback Jackie Wu has gone up against this team before, but the rest of his players haven't. The fact that they are this in sync and they are able to compete at such a level shows that the community is, in fact, fairly elite.
Well, he's certainly a player of the highest caliber that's rearing its head here in this game. This Devil Packing deliver a stunning round there. Galita have to play catch up now. It's only a round between them and tying up the game. But how do they do it? IQ looking to be stuck here by Williams. And you're gonna stay on the Maverick as well, making sure that opening that construction is gonna be easier in some of these reinforced walls. But they also bring that thermite as well, placing importance on taking down these reinforcements, especially when the Azami's in play. They have nades on the sledge, but that's gonna be about it.
A bomb has been located.
Kiva barriers are going down. So are the Legion mines. The Goo mines are going to be holding them off, or at least giving a little bit of a sound cue on entry. But this time again, they have to play this Garage. And it's going to be so pivotal. And it's not just this game where Garage is pivotal. It's almost every game where Garage and Cash and CC is played. That this becomes such a huge thing. Because construction is narrow. It is hard to breach construction. And it is also hard to take construction back. However, it is also easier to defend against because it's essentially 2 entries.
Well, a minute and a half left soon on the clock here. They have this Maverick to apply pressure from this construction while the Thermite can work the big wall. Yao gets a pick off here in IDFC. That Legion being taken on down helps kind of get a few pests off their back later in the round. Flash on through, and look at that. Yao is ready for the swing, gets the punish, and Devil packing here, looking perfect, looking sublime. 1v5, it's all on the Sapper. And on the attacking side here, Devil packing have looked marvelous. Nitro connects still, somehow on the Sapper, rather on the Yao. But will that even be enough? Oh, he's got the right angle too. He was right on it. He could have gotten the kill, little did he know. Sapper's intuition, fortunately, does not lead him even further down that path to 1v4. I don't think this round is for him to take here easy.
That C4 kill, that Nitro kill was a godsend, but however, it was just not enough. He's up against the world right now, and he's going to be lucky if he picks up another few kills. Essentially, this round is going to DP, and they are going to be 5-3 to round 9. They may even take this first day. How long can he last, though? That's the real question. Just by the last second. Just by the last second. Flooded from all sides. Unfortunately, Mute unable to stay alive any much longer. Round 9 in favor of DP. First time we're seeing the underdog actually take this one away. Or at least this far. So, it's not over just yet. A lot of work still to do. But, it's not looking good for Galita. They're coming so close, though. Galita are a hair's breadth away from being able to take these rounds until they really can't. Like, it's just pivotal until they just lose too much, or they just they let it slip past their hands, and then you're gonna have to retry again the next round because they won't be able to salvage it.
Well, Galita have certainly, I guess, been put in a position that we weren't expecting them to be in. And I did say that we were expecting this to be more competitive if the pattern rings true. And they stick to the script. But DP have certainly impressed us here so far. And you mentioned you were talking about this a while ago in the lead up to this match. Jackie Wu, he ain't gonna join just any team, right? So, for him to choose this roster means there has to be something that they bring to the table here that could make a splash. And certainly Galita are the ones receiving it. Early fights here. Not really going on.
Yeah,
Not much, at least.
The thing is, Galita have to play it smart, and they have to play it safe. They can't go all out in these circumstances. They've got 2 minutes left and need to buy as much time as possible. In the last few rounds, they had time available to them. But DP, Devil Packin', they were just on point with their plans, their execution, their timing, their rotation, and they were just playing it very smart. This time around, they know how Galita are going to react to this, and they have to keep this creative play up. Got Azuki on the stairwell here on the central stairs. He's gonna make his way up. They don't know he's just there around the corner just yet.
Oh. He has an opportunity to strike here. Lets his shot ring loose, but could not confirm it just yet. And look at the bailout
Oh,
here. Mr.
my.
Punch doesn't live for long. Still confirms it.
One more on the corner.
But 4v2 it stands. Yep, Galita. I don't think he even knows how close he is there to this opposition. Marco Lele follows up on Azuki, so now it's all on Yao. Gets the one. Does any more find his way? Can he get another behind this wall? Little does he know, it is going to be awaiting DCH. Shot rings out. No swing just yet. No peek from DCH. Takes off his head. Now that's a 1v2. He's low HP though. He has to expect a cross here. I think he might have some idea. It's going to be difficult to clutch this out. 40 seconds left, which gives him some time to work with. He's let his presence be known now, as he hasn't taken the most quiet approach inside the bedroom. Expects a logistics hold. He sees him there on top of the stairs. Markulele trying to guess where IDFC could have rotated to. 20 seconds left and ticking. It's a single bullet. That's all they need to take him down, and that's all they will do. IDFC closes things out, and a valiant effort there by Yao at the end, but it was just way too much for him to deal with, and Galita keep it close.
It's just so close every round. It's hard to call. It really is hard to call, isn't it? The last few rounds, in that last round for DP, Yao was just in the worst position possible, unfortunately. And Azuki had a great push, but he didn't check logistics properly. He walked in and he took the whole room for granted. He got one kill on that rotation, and he's just like, yep, that's the only guy here. I'm not going to look at the rest of the room. There was no droning done there. If there was droning done, he would have knew there was another operator in that room on the other side connecting to construction. But he didn't check. And because he didn't check, he left his flank open, and there went their pincer. Yao was all by himself, and he went 1v3. If Azuki did his job, Yao would have had at least one more teammate, and he would have only had to fight DCH on that bandit. And you saw how fast he reacted to take that head. But on the angles that he had to compete with, against the stairs, against the bedroom, it was just not possible. This time around, hopefully, we do see a bit more awareness and a little bit more, I suppose, a little bit more homework being done from the from the attacking side. Sorry.
Don't apologize. Nothing to apologize for.
I'm just frustrated, man. It was painful to watch.
Well, certainly, if you're a Galita fan too. But hey, they kept us close, and so it isn't completely out of reach just yet. For Devil Packing, though, it's a lead that they do not want to let slip on up. They got the Ram. Once more back here, the Hive launchers off the Grim as well is available. Let's see how they play things out here. Trying to open into dirt, potentially. Just make that as an active threat. They don't have to push it, but just make sure that it is a position that the defense here, Galita, will have to cautiously think about every now and then. As they work their way down, nobody really roaming here towards the kitchen side of things, but you do see some presence a bit closer on the landing. They get that canister down.
I love that. I love that.
Slowly clearing things out.
It's
yeah.
glorious. It's so good. I love this operator so much. Like, it's like Buck on steroids. You know, just
yeah.
it
Nothing
really
you can do
is.
to stop it.
And I mean, Ram with the R4C. Hello? It's like Ash, but you know, tankier and just with a shotgun. She's got the ITA 12S. Like, that's my second favorite shotgun next to the super shotgun.
With a better scope as well. So
yeah, I mean, hey, look,
who knows?
Rams has got a little bit of everything. I'm surprised you're not picking her more often, but yeah, I mean, sure, slow operator, Not exactly the quickest. But now,
Yep.
Scarlet having a little bit of an issue. Can't get the Summonella charges off. Get the EMP going. They might be able to get this one down. William drops, bleeding out. They're going to have to find and pick this one up. If not, they're going to lose their Twitch, and they can't afford that at the moment. 30 seconds left. They need a little bit more information. He comes back up, but he's got 2 smokes. Quintessential to making this push work.
Oh, what a shot here from Mizuki as well. Cleans up the double right after Yao found his. It's all now on to Mr. Punch. Can he clutch this one on out? Like his teammate did a while ago. 1v3, he drops in the Moto. The engine block fell as well. Match point secured here by DP. Devil Package have given us an incredible performance against a team that is arguably above their weight.
You know what? This DP is going... I want them to take this. I want at least one upset tonight. Because we did not foresee this one coming. They are, by all means, an underdog with one player that is a little bit well-renowned than the rest. But more importantly, Galida are a star-studded roster. This should not be happening in the slightest. If anything, they need to at least go for overtime. There's definitely going to be overtime being awarded here. Overtime is going to award both teams points. But if anyone can do overtime, if anyone can make it happen, it's Galida.
5 seconds left. Attackers are moving out.
Let's see, Galida. Can they deliver? Can they perform? Can they make it happen? 4-6 right now. It's DP. They bring out the Jackal this time. Doki as well. Lots of roam clear here to get some of the pesky extensions out of Galida's defense. Well, this Mozzie, you have to be careful not to get caught up in that, but see another basement hold here from Galida.
Jackie trying to find a couple of footprints, but sees one, sees a couple, gets the scan, and it's Goyo. Gets the ping, and you know what? Surprise, surprise. Back under hard flooring in the basement. Unfortunately, not able to find any more footprints at the moment. They can't spend too much more time on this. Mozzie gets taken down. William trades a little bit of health, but Azuki gets cleaned up by Mr. Punch, and a double onto Jackie Wu.
Mr. Punch. Good stuff from him to get the double here. But Galida, as soon as they take advantage, DP respond and cut it back down to a 3v3. They still have those charges as a secondary to open things up from Yao here. They get the hatch open, I believe. They're working on the next one here on the bar. Should open things up on the Moto. No more Nitro cells are online here for Galida to utilize. A minute left remaining. If Galida can somehow stifle this when the push comes in, they can bring this game closer to overtime.
Got a minute left on that clock. 3v3. One phone call left from William, actually. We've got a little bit left available to them on that attacking team in terms of utility. 3 flashbangs still available, 2 smoke grenades, 2 EMPs. Oh, that's off the table, actually. No, it's still on. It's still on. It's still there. But just no opportunity to actually put that to use at the moment. We've got Mute in his in one of his jammers, just chilling like a villain. And they're popping the Goyos to buy a little bit more time. 20 seconds left. They gotta make something happen. The window for this is closing, but Jackie, he drops into Moto, and DCH picks up a kill into Scarlet.
Slowly but surely, things are crumbling down. DP, it's all gonna be on Yao. who simply cannot stand tall. Markulele gets one as well with a canister, burns him down, and final round of regulation we move into here between Galita and Devil Package. And Galita, of course not. They're not going to let it slip right there. They bring us to the final one. Overtime, will it be? Or do DP take away an opening point here in the group stage?
It's anyone's game at this point. Galita is fully capable of that overtime point, and so is DP capable of just taking this away. It's drawing too close for comfort, but I'm sure everyone watching at home is at the edge of their seat. This is a fantastic show-off of both teams and of the Southeast Asian community here, Rainbow Six Siege, on day one. This is only day one. We've got tomorrow, and then we have the day after, and then the following weekend, we've got our quarterfinals.
Well, as you said, it's only the start. There's more to come. But so far, this game has proved to be the most entertaining one we've had so far this day. I mean, we're only 3 games in, but we got 2 more after. Yet Galita refuses to give on up. We got the Flores coming out here for the attacking side now. Bandit, the Mute, of course, the Valkyrie here coming on. And the synergy that they could pull out with this is that once the push does come on in, obviously they're going to have to deal with the Bandit, but once the push does come on in, they can swing off of the information delivered by that Valkyrie in positions unexpected because of the Azami. And DP, they have a lot to work for here, or rather cut into this defense. Let's see how they do it. They're going to start with a construction wall to get things going.
Jackie's got a little bit of action going on. Gets that barricade open. But he needs to find the right opening for himself. Doing a little bit of recon right now. Yao still holding on to the RCXD. Decides to deploy it. Might be able to find an opening for himself. Kiba barrier will go down with that one. No collateral damage just yet. Could have had a little bit of damage nicked off on one of the defenders, but I think they rotated just in time.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Attackers have located a bomb.
Oh, Jackie Wu gets the opening pick here of the round. Starts things off for DP, who are looking to close things out before it extends into overtime.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Their 2-round lead a while ago. Certainly do not want to let that go to waste. Can they force the plant attempt if they take away this bedroom? I'm not sure, because you can see heavily fortified right now is this gym. Jackie Wu in the swing. That's a double for him now in the round. Crucial ones. Nitro connects off a Sapper and try and equalize just a bit. But they still need another pick to really call it truly fair. 40 seconds left on the clock here, Lan. They're trying to push on in, but Galita are proving to be a nuisance in front of them.
2v3,
from Sapper.
2v2.
Oh, 1v1. The swing from Mr. Punch. He connects. And nobody necessarily able to keep up with the defense there. We go into overtime. And Galita, what a retaliation.
First overtime and on day one as well. Both teams will be getting points out of this, but this time around, it's for keeps. Galita's. Someone is going to have to take the win. Yao is gonna try to bring in Grim again, but I've just not seen Grim perform today. Sure, he has his applications and he has his strengths, but there is a limit to how often you can force someone to pick this operator. It might be a comfort pick. I'm sure they know exactly what they're doing and why they want to have him. But they've had better successes on other operators so far, and just historically across the day. But I just hope they actually go for that buck change, because that's going to be pretty important. Buck is so much more applicable, especially when you pair Buck with Ram. And Ram on this site is already doing so much work. So I don't see why they wouldn't, especially on an attack on basement. It's just, it makes so much sense.
Attackers objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, how do they convert here? They bring out the Twitch, the Jackal now for DP. As, wow, 3 games in, we're already in overtime for the day. It's our first day only of this entire tournament. We talked about this being a more competitive game, potentially, than the last 2 prior. But did we expect an overtime? Certainly not. DP, my oh my, how they're performing. Mr. Punch here, he's on the roam game duty. I assume Mark Delele will be aiding him in that pursuit as well. The attacking side here of DP, they're going to have a task of clearing them out if they want to make full use of their vertical potential, having that Ram and having the Buck. So top down full clear is what DP are going for early on.
Ooh. Oh! 4v4 left on the clock. Yao and IDFC get taken out. There goes your Warden. There goes your Buck. Some pretty strong utility on both teams there. Both players also equally contributive to their scoreline so far. But not at the... We've got a little bit more of these hard breaches being opened with Selma. What? How does he survive that? He barely... The Nitro Cell goes off, clearly. But he's just out of the blast range. And just gets nicked just enough to get him down. That's such a slim chance in happening. And Mr. Punch is going to get cornered now because Ram is going to town in logistics upstairs.
Well, problem now here for DP. They might have dodged that one, but they still have the task at hand with 40 seconds left in the clock. Look at how far extended the defense is here. Mr. Punch cannot continue to hold on to the kitchen as the frags are going their way here. Galita, they're still able to respond. 3v2 in their favor. Azuki trying to make his way downstairs, but even through the central, they know he's here now because of the goo mine. The canister explodes in his face, thus further delaying him. Scarlet trying to go in through the dirt. It's closed out though. So as soon as he tries and open that, he's going to have to time this right to find his moment. He lets his shot ring true. Oh! He connects on the one, tries and opens up the door. They bring it to a 2v1 as Azuki gets a kill. They take him down though as he takes himself away on his own demise. Shoots the canister. And as much as Azuki wants to hunt him down, the goo line is what seals it. Stops him from rushing into blue. And what a sequence at the end, as DP now are on the attack and the lead. Well, my oh my, how it has turned out. Galita retake it.
I'm speechless. It was such a close game, a close round between both teams. You can see that Galita are in better spirits now, but Devil Package, they're hunkered in. They're zoned in on this round. They have to bring this, they have to take this over. Something's got to give. They need to be able to bring this win, or at least bring in a draw, because the reality is they are falling behind fast. And they almost had that round. It is so close. It is not funny. And like you said, the Legion, the Goo Mine, it just sealed the deal. It just locked it in. Unfortunately, the Vulcan Mine, it bought so much time for them. And The defenses were all in their favor. Even if you brought a Brava, it just would not be enough. Because these gadgets are not the technologically advanced kind. These gadgets are literally just gas can. You know? It's not as if we're playing with an ADS or... Oh my gosh. That's what they need. They need more of that. Bring more of these.
Well, nicely done here to start things off. Galita and DP, for that matter, they both get 1 for 1 each. Bandit drops on down. Buck on the opposing side. Obviously, those Kiba Bears are still going to continue to refresh as long as Azuki remains. The Galita still have a chance to close this out. Imagine how DP would feel, Devil Packing, if somehow Galita are able to win this right here, right now, after they had the lead as the underdogs. Heartbreaker of a loss if DP do let this slip.
See, now I'm actually looking forward to the final match tonight, where DP are gonna go up against Elevate.
Magnet deployed. Defense is ready.
Well, it'll turn out to be that way. Let's find out for ourselves. Moving on forward now, with a minute 30 left. Final chance here for DP to keep themselves in the game. Final few moments, rather, too. No nades left up online for their side to deal with anything DP has in front of them. They still have those EMPs. That being the sole one on IDFC. For some of these mute jammers, perhaps, in their face. Minute left on the clock, clearing out the cash side. Do they expect the roam to be here? They do get the catch on a Yao, who is swinging a bit too eagerly to maybe get the punish from the window of cash. And Markelele gets a second. Scarlet able to get that trade as he hops back on in. It's a 3v1. And DP, oh, the flash is perfect on Williams. He's trapped here in the bathroom. Do they even know he's in here? Yes, they do. They're collapsing on him. He's down for the count. And that's the game. What a comeback from Galita. 4 rounds straight. To cut into it at match point from 6-4 to 8-6. And that's a heartbreaker of a loss for sure for DP in the position that they were in.
A hard-fought victory for Galita, coming through with Rekas as the MVP. Looking at that, top fragging across the entire board. 13 kills to his name. A victory well-deserved, in all honesty. You can see the elation on their faces. They're also very happy and satisfied with themselves. And honestly, they know that they deserve this win, to be honest. But DP aren't out of it just yet. DP still have one more match for the rest of the day. But Galita are done. That's essentially it for them this time around. Galita are... They've earned their rest for the rest of the day. And tomorrow... they will be coming back for more matches. But for now, rest assured that Devil Packin are going to come back again for Elevate. And next up is 1Z versus Felice. So 2 teams we've seen play already, Black and Blue, coming back again. Both underdogs, both who underperformed. But going up against each other, we may see something a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, this might actually be a close game for our next one. So we saw them both kind of struggle against more highly touted competition. And maybe perhaps for either side, this could be where they kind of bounce back and, for either way, get their first win on the board, get their first point here of the group stage. And this is arguably a very crucial match, because whoever wins this match has a much better chance over the opposition of making it into the playoffs. Remember, we got 6 teams, only 4 move on into the playoffs, and there's smaller chances for them to beat other teams here, like Elevate, like Galita, and like Fury. So this match, it really matters, I think, especially, and for that to be a game, or rather a day 1 game, it's crucial for them to take this one. But it's crucial if you guys stick around too, because just in a bit we will go to a break, and when we come back, we got our 4th game of the day. We got one more right after that. Before this next one, we got Feliz versus 1Z. We'll see you guys in a bit.
We're back. 2 more games left here tonight on day 1 of the Rainbow Six Elite Community Series. Black and Blue, we have had some amazing games here tonight, and specifically the last game between Galita and Devil Packet. But now it's 1Z Esports Philippines versus Feliz. Both these teams had poor showings in the first 2 matches of the day. But this time, they are going up against each other. We are seeing the 2 bottom seed teams finally go head-to-head, and it is on Oregon, a map we have not seen today just yet. We have had too much Clubhouse. Too much Clubhouse. I'm glad we're going somewhere else.
Way too much. So let's go on over to a new stage of combat between these 2 teams. And hopefully for 1Z's sake, they can put on the big boy pants instead of the cozy onesie they were wearing a while ago, because this match is going to be, I at least expect, more competitive than the one it was a while ago. It wasn't a high bar. 7-0, flawless for Elevate, but they are at the tippy top of the team's totem of this tournament. And Feliz, you got 2 rounds out of Fury a while ago. Can they do even better right now? It's going to be the Solus and Mira to round out the bans on that side of the floor. And with that happening on, it's Feliz who start off here on the defensive side. Frostmute, Legion Warden, curious choices for a kid's dorms hold. But the Valkyrie is a bit more traditional. Not that the Frost and Mute aren't, but they're pulling that Warden, so perhaps expecting to contest kind of a games or big window push, which flashes and smokes are typically common.
Honestly, I would have banned the Valkyrie. Valkyrie has so much power on a map like Oregon. Solus is, for me, like I don't see it as a viable ban all the time. Sure, Solus is very strong, but there are bigger bans. There are operators that have more threatening gadgets, more threatening weaponry. The P90 and the fact that she can see attacking drones, and she can see attacking gadgets as they get planted. It's important, it's quintessential, but the fact that Valkyrie can place cameras literally everywhere is so much more of a threat. I mean, in saying that they wanted Valkyrie, they got Valkyrie, but it should really have been a ban on that side for 1Z. Foolish picks up J-Dog, and that's the first kill of the round within the first 20 seconds. So fairly quick pickup. And there's your Ash. Didn't get to use any breaching charges. Didn't get to use those flashes. All off the board now.
Okay. Opening pick, as you mentioned, as J-Dog is immediately stuffed. I believe he is their leader of this squad, or one of the totems of it. Unless I'm mistaken. Chat can correct me, I'm sure they will. But he goes down early on and leaves Feliz with an advantage here. They don't have to press just yet, but they still get the pick to further push that. You can see them trying to take this big tower away, but they're poised and so ready. Vols connects as well here in the Kiyoshi. And 1Z are, to say the very least, having a difficult time of getting themselves going in the opening round.
Another operator we haven't seen too much of so far, Ying with the Candelas, unfortunately won't be seeing too much of that action. She hasn't used any just yet. We might see her use them still, but not as much and to not as great of effect as I would have hoped. 1 kill, maybe a second, no. The defenders pick up that kill and trade back. Moon closes it out. The C9. And defenders win that first round, so interesting enough. 1Z not making it really work for them so far. Feliz with a very, very solid defense.
Well, Feliz have certainly started things off on the right note with that bat. They pull out the Nomad here potentially for Kiyoshi, but I think what's been a glaring problem here for 1Z is that they don't seem as coordinated as you'd expect a team to be, especially at this level of play. Well, so far we haven't seen much of them, but you do want to see a bit more of that start to ring true, especially in their second game of this. It is pretty arguable that if they lose this game, mathematically they have very, very small chances of making it through, especially considering the other competition still in this tournament, Galita, Fury. And for 1Z, their first outing to be like this as a unit, as a roster, it's not a good way to start, nor a good way to end. So, let's see what they bring to the table here in the second round. Basement push. And, it's a bit more traditional, but will they actually be able to get into the map this time around?
That is the question, isn't it? In order to force that, they brought the Blitz. So, if they don't get in with the Blitz, they're doing something very wrong. They even have the Lion for the EE1D, a strong operator. No matter what season he's in, no matter how many nerfs they put on that guy, he is still relevant. Shot through the air, Foolish picks up that first drone.
Got the Finka too here. They really want to press the issue. Yokai's potentially to halt them in their tracks. Vals somehow wins that fight at range, takes out J-Dog, and the Finka is immediately removed. That's a big pick off here early on. Why are they all towards the blue bunker? There's 4 of you.
What is happening?
Nade is wide. It's way too deep. Demo's waiting here right around the corner, and all Feliz have to do are put their attention here. But now they're rotating. Now they're actually faking them on out. But you can see that Feliz, they've caught on. They can hear this coming from other ways, and I'm not too sure what the game plan here for 1Z is, but they seem to want to strong arm things.
They need to force their way through. Claire with the corner loses the trade. Peeker's advantage goes to Foolish. Gets that with the SMG. Clean headshot into Claire. Leaving 3 members on that attacking team. Only now popping the E1D, trying to get this trade. Gets the kill. Shiba claims that with the DMR. K goes down, but that's still 4 members and a couple of defenders looking down to that blue tunnel. They're only trying to start rotating this one now, but Miku's taking a little bit more damage than he wants. As soon as he goes down the stairs, it's going to get ugly. The impacts go out. He takes a lot of damage. A couple of pings go up, but it's not enough. He needs to blitz them. He needs to go right through. But the rotation has gone past the stairs. If he goes past, he will need to flick around his back in order to stop them from picking him up. Oh, there we go.
The Yokai.
Yep.
And the Guma even more difficult.
Do you see how many Gumines there are?
A hell of a ton for sure. Foolish here gets the kill on the Shiba, and now that means they only have to focus towards the back stairs. Kyoshi's able to clean up the 1, and that helps him just a bit more, but he's going to need another pick to make this actually doable. Smoke out to block off the angle. If he had the smoke the whole time, where was that? But the Gumines were in his face. Vals gets a double, and in the end, things are on over. But you can see, because of the lack of different opposing directions that they're approaching the sites from, it allows Feliz to simply focus on the chokes. Where is the pressure perhaps from Kitchen? Where is the pressure perhaps from the main stairs or up top? Nothing coming here for 1Z, and Feliz are easily dealing with whatever they throw.
Just adding to your point there, it was so one-dimensional. It lacked a lot of diversity and a lot of dynamic control. There was no vertical. There was no smoke being put down. I didn't see any flashes. The EE1D came out way too late, and the fact that they stacked made it very easy for Feliz to defend. When one defender went down, when K got taken out by the CBRN operator, Lion, there was another operator just waiting in his place. You know, it was not hard. All they had to do was stay downstairs and wait, and that's what they did. And as soon as the Blitz went through, it was already too late. All the attention was on Blitz. The point of playing Blitz is that you're going to take the enemy by surprise. You need to be able to catch them off guard and disorient them. That's what the flash is for. And it's supposed to be scary because the guy sprints right at you with his shield raised. But that doesn't matter when everyone's looking at him and when everyone's throwing goo mines and impacts and gadgets up the wazoo. It has no threat at all. If you can, like, a weapon is not a weapon if you can see it coming.
Well, some weapons are meant to be brandished, and some kept in concealment. And by the time they revealed that Blitz, well, it was too late. He was already knocked up pretty low by those impacts, could not bum rush, you know, towards the objective. But let's move on over to from that round to this next one. Bit of a dining hold here. Let's look at this pixel angle he's got. Oh no, it drops at the wrong time, and Eclair from up top confirms it as well. Kept him preoccupied just enough for Foolish to tunnel vision. Vols gets a trade. Demo as well retaliates. And what was quickly, or suddenly 1Z's round advantage was quickly taken away as police respond.
0-2 to Felice. 1Z need to make this work for them. They cannot stay at the bottom of this ladder. I mean, someone's got to do it in the end of the day, but they don't want to be that person. They don't want to be that team. Shiba still has the diffuser. 2 exothermics, hasn't had the opportunity to use them. Has 1 smoke left, but I doubt they're going to use that in order to rotate. They got to make this rotation work. They got to get their teams, their players aligned with one another. Vols trying to peek this one angle, trying to hold this rotation out with the pixel, but it's not going to work. He's a little bit too far off, and they've got that angle locked in for the attackers. Miku picks up Demo, but now they hear the reload as well. That position gets revealed. Smoke goes out, has to rotate. They know where he is.
2v3 still. 40 seconds left on the clock. Shiba and Miku. Oh, they have a good angle here to contest. Miku's taking a beating, trying to walk his way into the site itself. Oh, nice pickoff from Shiba. There from the dining, but Vols once more off the flank. He has been such a pain in the bum for this 1Z squad, always getting them on the flank. And Felice are smooth sailing right now with a 3-0 start.
It's just a fantastic time for Felice. It's almost no competition, really. And what else do you want other than to at least pick up 1 round in your first day? But it's not over just yet. It's not the end of the world. 0-3. 1Z still have some chances. The only issue is that they're not coming close. It is not a competition at this point. Right now, 1Z are missing ferocity. Like, they're missing aggression. You know, they're just not being scary enough. They have to take these rounds. They have to push for it. They have to really assert themselves. But they're being too passive. They're trying to play this methodically. And they could play this like as if it was ranked and probably still get away with it. That's the catch. They could really be changing up how they play.
I don't know, man. I think playing it like ranked has been their exact problem here for 1Z.
I think they're taking it too seriously. I think they're not really, because if they were playing it like ranked, they'd be using way more utility, bro. They'd be throwing flashbangs and smokes, but they're trying to coordinate every single small, minute detail, and I think that's what's stalling them, because you're taking way too long and you're being too slow. They need to be more aggressive and put the pressure on. They gotta press the thumb.
Well, I don't think necessarily coordination is a bad thing inherently rather, but they have to be a bit more fluid for sure. That's certain. And with an opening pick like that, okay, they have an advantage, but they can't let this slip. We've seen this where Felice are able to still bring these rounds on back. Maybe, perhaps, with the arsenal they bring into this round, right? They have that Ying. And they don't even clear this out as they're walking on in. Demo gets a shutdown on Eclair. But look at this individuality that they're trying to pull on out. They have nobody there for the trade. Nobody on rear security trying to clear things out. It just allows the roam game to wreak havoc here for the defense.
Like I said, too much investment in being coordinated is just going to leave them rigid. They're going to get picked off one by one, and there goes your Finka. That was your lifeline. Sure, the adrenal surge is still pumping through their veins. Shiba now throwing out some Candelas. A double kill going to Miku, not bad, but that leaves Kiyoshi all alone. Still has some road spikes there, but it's not going to be enough. 2 frags. Needs to use them. Has a drone available left. Still, again, needs to use it. Oh,
Yep.
could have used the drone.
They could have done from the start. They got the 5v4. Have a drone lead somebody into a room clear. If not, then at least they have forward information, situational awareness, things like that are disturbingly lacking from the 1Z attacking side. On a map like Oregon, you need to do that. There's so many small little nooks and crannies you just tuck yourself into sometimes. And Felice are making full work of that. And considering they're not even playing comps that are specifically designed to evade some of this droning, right? They're not playing like the Vigil, Cav, obviously Cav you're not going to see, but like the Solus especially. They're not playing that necessarily out here. They do have some roam game on players like a Legion, but yet 1Z are still unable to deal with this. I wouldn't be surprised if they start to pull out, you know, the Doki or the Jackal, because the spread out defense of Felice have been a huge hindrance to 1Z.
Well, unfortunately, Doki and Solus are just banned at the moment. But, I mean, it's just to add to your...
Right, the Jackal too.
Yeah, the Jackal too. Like, all these operators are just banned. But, like, what I'm trying to get at is that they're just too rigid. They're not reacting, and they're not checking their corners. Like, there's a line in between being coordinated and methodic, and then there's tunnel visioning. And right now they're tunnel visioning. They're not reactive. They're not fluid, should I say? You know, but you know, now
But
they've got like one chance left before they swap over. You know, they should be able to get something out of this. But reality is that 1Z are on the back foot, and it is slowly getting out of their reach. When you're 0-4, it is a clear sign this is going to end real fast.
well, hopefully things change for 1Z's sake. If they get 2 rounds here, who knows what might happen. They bring out the Osa this time around. That'll be really strong into post plant if they can get to that spot, but would even matter this time. Another basement take to be attempted by 1Z. And hopefully this time over they don't simply funnel themselves into a single direction like what we saw a while ago. Fearless here trying to create some presence up top, but it's actually Valls who gets the opening pick. As Miko drops down, losing the Nomad early. That's huge, but it's a cheeky position Valls has positioned himself in. They still don't clear him out there, and it's a second that Valls finds. Unpunished and uncontested. He falls back into safety. Not for long, though. J-Dog on the trade, but damage done. Hibana and Nomad gone.
Timer's ticking. Legion is always going to be a huge loss in the start just because he has compounding value. Because he just gets stronger as time passes. On top of that, you're losing Valls. Valls is like their top fragger right now. But I mean, the rest of the team can obviously keep this up. They still have their Yokais available. They still have the ADS. They still have Jaeger and Warden, of course. But Osa is a huge threat on this attacking team, and if anyone can bring some presence, it's Osa. But he has to be paired up. Osa has to make something work. They can't be played alone. Ooh, there we go. Osa set up a nest now. EMP goes out. They've got a little bit available to them, but a nice trade long makes this might a little bit better, a little bit more workable for 1Z. 3v2 might just be their game.
2v3. What can they do? Will this finally be the first round of the day for 1Z? No yokais available left. Foolish here holding the angle with him. He gets it down. Effectively a 1v2 right now. Demo gets that kill too. And now it's all on to Shiba. He's going for the res, but Foolish is here! And he plays him like a fool. What a swing from Foolish on the timing. Unfortunate. He plays against his human instinct to help his own teammate. And Felice, a 5th round on the board.
It's just, it's a bit much. That was just so close. If in all honesty, they could have just, I don't want to say this, but they could have used the down teammate as a crawling drone in order to get a little bit more information, and then, you know, try to take that 1v1. But here we are, 5-0 now to Felice, and again, 1Z just tunnel visioning onto the wrong things. They need to be in the moment present, taking fights as opposed to trying to hold hands the entire time. Because at the end of the day, yes, this is a team-based game, but each player needs to be able to hold their own, and teams, you know, they work off each other, but at no point do you sacrifice the play just to pick up a down teammate.
Alrighty. 5-5. Most of them still stand, but it's a 5-0. It's a number they have to deal with right now. A flawless half. Felice are so close to achieving. And what an elation that would be compared to their earlier loss versus Fury. I mean, 1Z has at the moment here. Struggling to get much going on. Perhaps their defense would be different, but they won't have many chances to do that if they don't start taking rounds now. Moon, he shines bright, gets a kill on J-Dog. Kiyoshi as well, finally retaliates here on the trade, takes Moon down, but he's a castle, so that doesn't hurt as much as losing their Ashe, and Buck consecutively does. Foolish as well on the second. He has come alive in these past few rounds, especially into this. Shiba and Eclair stand remaining here for 1Z's representatives. It's a 2v4. What can they do? Eclair is taking a beating within the games. He's trying to work his way on in. They've opened the door, but they're searching for more flashes on out. He's a warden. He doesn't mind. What? Shiba taken down low. Eclair stands to take a kill and take down K. Warden on Foolish. He doesn't mind. He can still continue in this fight. Glasses run out for the meantime on cooldown. And this isn't even the site, by the way. It's supposed to be downstairs. And they're nowhere near of taking and springboarding into an execute.
There's a minute left on the clock. They can take a breather right now on this attacking team. They are playing against the clock. Eclair doesn't have much available left to him. He's a fantastic weapon. He's a great shot at this point. But he needs to play this smart. There's 2 smokes left on Shiba. He can use that utility. They have 2 drones left on them, and Eclair needs to do a little bit of homework. Yes, he switches that on. They find a little bit more information, but they know where they are. They don't see the drone go past, though. They might be able to lead them away, and it does look like they're actually going off. They've let them wait some foot tracks. They might hear them rotate. Frost is trying to find them on that rotation. The exothermic goes down. Where are they attacking from? 1 from the lobby, 1 from the junction. Glasses are back on. Might be able to see through the smoke. Finds the 1 kill, and the defenders clean that up. Demo and Foolish clean the last 2 players in that round from above and from ground.
It's a difficult position for 1Z to be in. Match point at the start of the second half. 6-0. My goodness. If this turns out to be another 7-0 for 1Z, that can decimate morale, but they can take it as a learning experience on what to improve upon. They've got this far into the group stage at least, but they're not near the finish line, not anytime so just yet. One round, even though that will still put them at such a hefty disadvantage, at such a difficult task, it would still be a step in the right direction. So Feliz, let's see if they can close this out and get a win on the board here right now.
Activate jammer. 10 seconds to insertion.
Warden's coming in pretty clutch so far throughout this match, but will he have the same effect here on this defense for 1Z? Man, dirty little peek like this may end it for Feliz, but no. Shiba not willing to commit. He sees them peeking back. He decides to pull off on that aggressive play.
They got the Thorn out for 1Z, which we haven't seen all day. But with the Eclair here, I actually like this. For him to try and get a bit aggressive, right? Try and set the pace early. Try and set the tone early, rather. But Shiba's taking a bit of a beating. Oh, I'm not too sure if that chat is legitimate, but it could be. We'll test things out as things progress. But yeah, comp-wise on the opposing side, they do have that Finka plus the Ying. When they set that off in coordination, it could be suffocating for the defense.
Well, that's the thing, you know, like they brought the Warden along, and when you see the Warden, maybe you should switch off the Ying. But they're so confident this time with Feliz. They don't, you're not giving 1Z any of that respect. So 1Z have to prove them wrong. They have to take this down. It's definitely something that is either going to be taken for granted or going to be looked into hindsight. But that wall gets open with the X-Kairos now. Eclair finds a clean kill onto Foolish with a nice little headshot. And J-Dog is waiting for the one in the closet to find him.
Oh, Miku trying to push on forward. He gets the down, I believe, here, but ultimately enough, it stands in a 1v1. K and Moon are down for the count. It's all on the Demo versus Shiba. Will Shiba be able to clutch this out? No, he doesn't! As Demo swings as soon as he gets the res. GG's as a second 7-0 is delivered to 1Z's fate. And what a win here for Feliz.
That last round there was very close. Unfortunately, it just was not enough. Valse, just phenomenal in that last in this last game here. What can I say? It was just a very poor showing from 1Z. They were uncoordinated. They were not given any respect from Feliz at all, and rightfully so, because Feliz still walked all over them despite the counter picks that they walked into, despite the operators that could have been better handled. I saw that, you know, 1Z had some kind of inkling of what they wanted to execute, but like I said again, tunnel visioning on the wrong things. They needed to have been a little bit more fluid and played in the moment. But here we go, 0-7, and the most kills they got on that team was just 5 on Eclair.
Difficult task for sure to even get your hopes up when you know it's so I guess oppressive having a scoreline like that. You know, you see a 4-0, you see a 5-0 up there, you start to frankly tilt right against against the game, and it's difficult really to get yourselves going. So for 1Z, game's not over just yet. They still got 3 more to play in this group stage. Sorry, they still got two more to play in this group stage, and so perhaps it's a bit of a learning moment for them that they can, you know, come back to the next few games and maybe finally get a point on the board, maybe even win a game. Far-fetched now. I don't know if they have high chances at this point of making it into the playoffs, but they definitely still do have a few games up ahead on the road for them to play. So maybe they can take this as once more that type of experience where they learn from and then continue on forward. Because hey, with a win like that from Feliz after they got beat by Fury a while ago, anything is possible. So good on Feliz for kind of picking it up and, you know, using that and motivating themselves into a win here.
Yeah, so if anything, I honestly feel that 1Z are just, they're not going to get a win. Like, you're hoping for it, but I don't see it happening, because from this point on, they're going to have to face against Galita, Fury. They've already faced against Elevate, but then Devil Packing as well. And Devil Packing, we thought were going to be a mid-tier team, but they're actually very formidable. And saying that, we do have a short break before our last match of the day. Don't go anywhere. We are coming back hot with maybe one of the best matches here on day one of the Rainbow Six Community Elite Series. We'll be back after the short break.
me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that.
And welcome back to the last match of the night. We are here for the Rainbow Six Elite Community Series. We are on day 1 and the very last game of the night. Black and Blue, we have had some amazing matches today. I am looking forward to this last match between Elevate and Devil Package because honestly, both teams have put out a very good showing. Elevate has had an easier time with their first match, obviously going against the lowest seed. Made it a very easy show for them. But now we're going to Oregon again, so it's kind of just been like 3 maps across 5 games. Haven't had much variety, but now that we're going to Oregon this time, Elevate, I feel like they know this map pretty well. Jackie knows this map pretty well as well for Devil Package, but I don't know how the rest of his team know this map. So it's a bit of a wild card for me, but DP have had some fantastic showing so far across this night. And the question is for you, do you think they can bring that over into this final match? Can they take away 1 win?
Hey, I mean, it's going to be a tough opponent, and arguably so, Elevate might just be, touted higher than this Goleta squad, who, funnily enough, were formerly from Elevate, some of them. But, I don't know, man. Like, it was a very impressive performance, what we got a while ago from DP. They brought it to 6 rounds, could have closed it out. But Goleta came back with a 4-round streak when they finally woke on up when it mattered the most, and that's what these type of things are about. Big-time players, big-time teams making big-time plays, and Goleta, they came in big time when they needed to the most. So, hopefully for DP, that doesn't get to their heads, and they can continue past into this. You can see a very different demeanor in the faces right now of this Devil Package compared to Elevate on the cams just right prior.
They need this win. If they take a win against Elevate here, that sets them up for the rest of the season. But there's the group stages at least. It is a huge pivoting point for them. It's gonna make it very easy for them to build off this victory, especially since it is the last game of the night. They've had a round to collect themselves, try to find maybe another game here tonight. But we're moving into the picks and bans for the operators. It's DP's first ban here. I don't have enough information to really say what they're going to go with, but you can expect a lot of the typical operators like Ying to be taken off the board. I'm expecting Jackal to be taken off as well because it is Oregon as well. Heart Breachers, what's the point in banning a Heart Breacher these days? You might as well ban someone that has terrifying utility. For a map like this, maybe even Fenrir is a viable ban in a serious match.
It wouldn't be out of the question, especially seeing as how DP were kind of, maybe not reliant, but they do have a propensity to bring out that Fenrir a while ago when they were up against Goleta. So Ying and Monte, they're the ones to be taken out early on here. Follow up, there's the Fenrir we were talking about. It's a very calculated decision, I'd like to believe, here from Elevate, seeing as how DP were playing a while ago. And going on to Oregon, some of those angles could be menacing. Solis taken as well, so no Solis for either of the Oregon games to be played here today. And we move into the first round of our final game of the day here in Playday number 1. Elevate on this attacking side. Okay.
Oh, no. Let's hope that doesn't get them in trouble because they're not supposed to do. Yeah, they're not supposed to be having fun. But it's great that
this entire thing is about fun, lad.
Hey man,
This would not be possible without fun.
you never know what's gonna happen with the admins, you know. But it's good to see that the players are having a bit of a jest. They know exactly what's going on, and they're familiar with it with one another, because as I said before, they've played together before. They played against each other. The Southeast Asian server is very small, and they come across one another all the time in ranked. So, if anything, they have some time available to them in order to actually make this one game really work out. Jackie has all the tool he needs. He's got a team that he can depend on. It's really gonna come down to whether or not he can predict how Elevate are going to
Attackers must locate
really
and defuse the
come
bomb.
out with this attack, to be honest, because Barcode's bringing the Capitale, and that's something that's been brought to Oregon quite a few times, if not quite commonly. But as an operator that I'm looking forward to seeing being played by Barcode, Ape. I know you're like the first person that's supposed to die, but that's a bit early, bro. That's bad luck, really. It's bad luck.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit unfortunate. A bit of monkey business. And Ape gets stifled for it. Yao also taking some damage in return, but obviously he's the one who comes out on top. Now Elevate on their attacking side. How do they deal with this? You can see kind of a high-low there on the hold. Azuki also lurking and roaming up top.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
They have that Kiva barrier to create a one-way that will stall Elevate, but unless Elevate try and come from the back stairs, which might be their best option considering how the defense is a bit more poised towards that laundry side of things.
Fun fact, his name is supposed to be Ape, but a lot of the local casters ended up calling him Ape, and it kind of just stuck. So, especially with me, when we used to play together in the early days, everyone called him Ape. No one, he never corrected us, and so I started calling him Ape in the broadcast.
No one would assume that somebody would name himself Ape, right?
It's because he used to ape everyone every time he played. The way he used to play before he was old enough to actually play on a professional team, because he would play sort of like as a replacement or a sub for a lot of teams when he was a bit younger. He would literally run out the front door and ape them. That's essentially where it came from. So
all right, a bit of a Ape lore there.
Yeah, a little
to
bit.
say the very least.
I bring it around every time I cast for Ape. But in saying that, we're seeing him in the same fashion over and over again, because that sort of play is very valued in Rainbow Six. It's high risk, high reward, and you got to be able to manage these rewards and manage the kills, or I mean, manage the information that you get from the limited time that you play those operators. Jackie's gonna drop in, get taken out, but we do have one operator that's surviving on that drop. They're trying to get that plant down. It's just not successful just yet. Tolji's trying to attempt this one. It's going down. 12 seconds left on that clock. They gotta make this work, but the Goyo, the Vulcan canister, doesn't do enough, and the defense take them out swiftly with a Nitro Cell and Legion on that T5 SMG.
A bit of a scramble there at the end, which ultimately goes to DP's favor. So hey, Devil Package, what a way to deliver on the opener. Elevate, stifled, they got within the site, yes, but a bit too drained for time there. So 1-0 here for DP.
Brava!
Brava.
Locate and defuse bomb.
Bravo.
Yeah, well, this is the first time we're seeing Brava get picked up. I'm just excited because I want to know how they play it, you know?
Plus that with the Flores. So
and also
many more drones.
Well, I mean, Flores was picked before on
They
Clubhouse.
swapped.
Yeah. You jinxed
So
it.
none of that. Yeah. Called it out too early. Gridlock it shall be.
Well, anyway,
It is what it is.
Flores was picked up before on Clubhouse. We've seen him already. But they are bringing in the Thorn on that defense along with the Rooney. So a little bit of spice for us regardless of outcome right now. But I think it's going to be important for Elevate to bolster themselves. Losing that first round to DP is a bit of a blow to the ego, yeah? Maybe this time around, Ape might survive a little bit longer, but he's playing a hard and fast operator like Ash just again. We see him here. Oh, and Finka that's taken out. The first one with a clean headshot as well. Preempted. Azuki doing a fantastic job as a roamer, trying to delay them for as long as possible and buy the defense time.
Okay. Opening pick once more, going to DP's favor. Elevate have been starting off these rounds with a disadvantage so far. Azuki as well chimes in on that. Hey, DP, they're doing pretty well so far, to say the very least. And Elevate,
Ooh.
they do finally get a trade-off here. Tolji shutting down Azuki. I mean,
Damn.
he's already placed those Florins around. Those are still active threats. You see Scarlet here watching to hop in.
They see the RCXD, but they let that slide by. They're not willing to reveal their position at this point in time. Speakeasy doesn't know he's there either. Jackie's holding that angle. They don't need to rush anything right now. 1 minute 40 seconds left on the clock. They've got a lot of utility on that attack. They have a lot of they got a lot of options available to them, but that defense, they're sitting toasty. They don't have to do anything right now because they don't have much to worry about. The keeper barrier goes out. They block a little bit of line of sight, but they do reveal that, Asami is around that corner. Still, 1 minute 20 seconds. Nothing to worry about. Everything's chill.
3v4 still it stands with a minute left remaining on the clock. You can see them trying to push here for this Attic, which is currently in their control. If they can open up the games room, then they have a good pincer on Williams' position here. And potentially can springboard into a plant. 4 games. I don't think they're going to be going for a Dorms take, considering it is decently out of reach as of the moment. They can find Yao. Take that Attic control away once more. This can be a great position, but the duel on Williams here is too difficult to beat up close. Shot in his face, and you're not going to win against that. Tolji taking a beating, trying to swing from games. And Williams is staying alive and true. Yao from range there. Connects, and round is over. Very quick here on the Aruni on the EBR. Yeah, that Attic just being such a problem for them to deal with. 2 rounds now. 2-0 over Elevate.
2-0 over Elevate, and Jackie Uwu is so good. That is true. He is proving to be not only a fantastic captain on that team, but just a massive asset. The rest of Elevate are just struggling right now. Ape, Barcode, these guys are not having a great time. Barcode's going to bring around the Osa just because he's getting headshot a couple of too many times. And this time needs to bring in a little bit more survivability. But Ape is dedicated to that Ash. He needs to be able to be the first one in and the first one to die. But he's going to take someone with him to provide information.
All right, Elevate. Let's see if they can get themselves going in this one. And that's a sentence I wasn't expecting to say.
I also
in this
wasn't expecting
matchup.
to say that.
Can they get themselves going? DP have done considerably better here already than we expected in this specific matchup. They keep the Osa on Tolji. Thermite as well. The Yana sticks around. Now it's a meeting hold.
Meeting holds are very important, especially when you're playing in the basement. Just because, like I said, it's one of those sites where you have to hold every adjacent point, because once you get in, it is hard to reclaim. The best strategy moving forward for there is to actually just make sure that you just stave off the attack for as long as possible. And I guarantee you these guys are planted in every nook and cranny. I'm surprised there's no one in the top of that tower right now, because honestly, it's free real estate at that point. But we've got the Mute trying to hold that point by himself. We've got defenders in the attic as well, but Ape finds that first kill. Finally, a kill for himself to his own on this map here on round 3. Azuki goes down, and there's your Legion. A massive pick for the first round.
Oh, Scarlet has a great angle here. Let's see if they walk and fall for it. Nitro Cell could be prepped, and there it is. Scarlet making full use of that prep. Ape goes down. Barcode taking some damage as well on the fight here. They're trying to back on up. They rescind control, but look at that. They Cal on the trade. Traded out immediately by Williams, though, and it's a trade for trade happening on either side. 3v2. Both sides here putting into the fight. Williams finds a second in this round. Nade comes his way to force him out of the immediate angle. They're trying to stick the diffuser here. Tolji, he should be able to get this plant down, but Scarlet has great timing, and Williams a triple kill, and Scarlet follows up. DP! A 3-0 start against Elevate. Who would have thought?
A surprise for me coming in from Elevate. A fantastic sweep in. More along the type of play I expect of them. To be honest, it's overdue, but they're turning to switch on right now, and they're waking up a little quicker. It's just not enough. DP are just so locked in on this defense. Maybe Elevate stands a chance once they bring that swap around. Maybe once they switch over to that defense, Elevate has a chance. But right now, you can tell that they're just enjoying this. They're like, man, we didn't expect them to play this good. What are we gonna do?
They seem stunned. Maybe so are we, to be honest. Especially with a performance like this from DP. Oh my goodness. They got the Vulcans here to be played in conjunction with these Miras, as well as the Legion Goo Mines. This could propose a problem, a pesky one for that fact, in terms of amount of time that they can delay simply off of a stone wall in their face. Elevate, how do they rise above the DP defense right now?
The thing with Elevate trying to overcome this defense for DP is that they're doing everything right. You know, they could be doing it better, but they're not doing it wrong. The catch is that DP are so well-rounded. Elevate had some great openings. They've unfortunately been caught out over and over again, and Ape is just playing a little bit lackluster in this last match. Maybe he's a bit tired. Maybe he needs to just get a little bit of a refresher. But with the phones calling right now, they need to be able to just hold off and up. Another one. Azuki goes down. Another massive pick. But he's got kills to his name. He's fragging out. He just shouldn't be getting taken out this early.
Okay. A 1-to-1 trade at the very least here. See Williams trying to get a cheeky angle there. Maybe contest. He doesn't necessarily have adequate utility to continue this bout for too long. All he can really do here is show presence and keep that attacking side on their toes here for Elevate. Against Elevate, rather. You see the call ringing out. Simply chooses to ignore it for the meantime. Almost finding the angle there. They've crawled on in close, and there's a shutdown from Tolji. Great stuff from Elevate to deal with a situation. But the trade out from Scarlet on the Nitro Cell is perfect. It lands on target.
Double kill going to Speak Easy with 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Kim in clutch. Told you trying to get that plant down, but he's going to get denied. Yao picks up Speak Easy. He's going to leave it at a 2v2 right now. Make that a 1v2, a 1v1 with 1 minute left on the clock. But no, it's Yao finding the kill with the Vector. A clean headshot into Barcode. Taking that one out, making that defense just a little bit more easy. My gosh. What is happening? We're on the 5th round now. 4 rounds in a row, DP have cleaned up, and it's always been the closest rounds possible.
But yet, they're still up 4-0. Yet, they are, on the scoreboard at least, dominating Elevate here. Yes, the individual rounds were pretty close. They weren't stomping rounds for any of those, but...
Oh, look at that replay.
That was nice.
Yeah.
They were certainly ultimately enough. Real close.
Oh no.
Rehost, perhaps, and so I guess we're gonna have to make up the lobby. We're not done just yet, folks. So we shall return.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're just seeing Elevate at their lowest. Something has to go with Ape playing the way he is. I understand what he's trying to achieve. He's found 1 kill, but he's dying a bit too early. He is not bringing in the utility or using enough utility for the rest of his team. And even if he dies in order to bring in the cameras for the rest of them, it's just not as valuable as it could be. I personally feel that Ape is the key to Elevate winning. Not just his own performance, but he needs to be the one that unlocks the door. He's got to pave the way for them so they can, 1, get an easy entry on the site, 2, clear out a few free kills or easy pickups in order for them to actually make this takeover possible. Because now they're down 4 rounds and you've got to go into the 5th now, and it's just not enough. They're just falling behind so fast. And like I said, when you're 0-4, when you are 0-4, you are struggling. You are climbing uphill, and it is only going to get harder.
I mean, you wouldn't have expected it to be a 0-4 against Elevate in this case, and as we said, individual rounds weren't necessarily stomps, but ultimately enough, it doesn't matter if they were or not, because the scoreline is definitely touting here over Elevate. And what we have seen from DP is that they have such, I guess, coherence in what they do that you can really tell that they are coordinating some of these ideas, wherein they wouldn't have like maybe a push on one side that wasn't to some extent trying to be supported by, you know, teammates on maybe a parallel position, and things like that have to be stated, because we saw kind of a lack of that from some of the teams here today who really lack to get themselves going. Having that sort of cohesion, coordination is huge for that matter. And in this case, well, you see the benefits of them having a team like this where they have maybe a big name player in Jackie Wu, yes, but the rest of these guys, they are impressive as well here coming in from DP, because it takes a full 5-man squad to get a smooth crew going. And so far, all of them are looking pretty intact and pretty entangled in ideas executed.
I'm glad we're seeing them even perform as well as they did, and they are. So, I mean, we gave them a bit of too much of a discount in the start, and I honestly think that they are showing up. They are impressing me so much, and I can only expect great things to come from this team. Now that we're basing this on the first day of the group stages, I'm thinking they're going to go top 4, and then even beyond top 4, maybe even semifinals at this rate, because just from how they're playing against Elevate. Unless Elevate completely stomped them like literally 6-4 after this. I don't know if that's possible anymore. 7-4, like, it's, you know, like, because I don't know what's happening with Elevate. They are so much better than this, and like, look, if anything, some of the operators I feel are being underutilized. The picks are fantastic, but maybe not to the suiting of how the players really pace themselves. You know, the Legions going down super early. Sure, they are the frontliners these days. Their positions have changed from being anchors into more like soft anchors and roamers, and those they get picked off quite easily as well. I can understand that, but it just doesn't make sense how a lot of the operators, or at least a lot of the team players, lack a lot of cover. You know, it's just one player getting picked up after another. We've seen it in rounds and rounds, Black and Blue. Like when one guy gets taken out, it's like three of them get taken out. It's never or it's barely ever a back and forth trade.
Well, we've seen Elevate kind of start off the rounds kind of with a disadvantage more often than not. Like they'd lose the opening pick against DP, and that has been playing a bit into the scoreline and where they are right now, right? Not having a good position for them to be in. But, I mean, ultimately enough, it is what it is. And so, what can they fix on forward, right? Moving forward into the next few rounds. I'm surprised that they just aren't kind of pulling out some strats that we have seen from Elevate in the past. You know, they aren't running no shields. We haven't seen the Monties come on in. We haven't seen the Blitz come on in. And maybe some hijinks abound are what they need, because right now they gotta throw everything plus the kitchen sink to get something going. They're having a bit of a rough time, to really say the very least. And so we hope you guys are not having a rough time, as if you are anywhere around Taiwan or Singapore time where some of these folks are playing, it's almost midnight. So burning the midnight oil with us. Thank you guys very much for tuning on in still. Obviously, we're trying to wait for the Rios to get going because, you know, tech issues happen on their part. But you're going to have to look at, once more, our ugly mugs. Well, only my part. Land is beautiful as always. And continue
My
to
friend,
listen
we do not
to
talk about ourselves like that, okay? We are all kings.
Thank you very much. But that would make me seem arrogant. And the only people here who have any right to be arrogant right now are DP, because damn, they are doing good, man. They are looking good as well.
Yeah, they are much more confident, and they're doing much better than they were in that match against Galita. But even then, the match with Galita was also fantastic. A great match for both of them. Only just losing it by a short margin. So, saying that, I'm looking forward to more of these games coming through. Hopefully we get this match up and going sometime soon. But of course, if you guys are watching, thank you for joining us here on the English broadcast with Rainbow Six Elite Community Series. Love to see you guys here in the chat. And of course, supporting the English broadcast for the Southeast Asian community as well. If you are coming in from, or if you do speak Mandarin, the Taiwanese broadcast is available, and I believe there is a Thai broadcast available as well on Facebook or YouTube. So, thank you everybody for joining us, and if anything, maybe join us on Instagram and Twitter as well. Black and Blue PH on Twitter, and
no, you don't have to follow. It's fine. I don't post about anything often.
He posts about when he broadcasts games, so you know, if you guys are enjoying his broadcast, chuck him a follow. If anything, maybe even chuck myself a follow, if you're willing to. Ian Seaton online on both Instagram and Twitter. But
you want to see Easy's guns, not the literal guns, more like the arms. That's where you can find them at, folks. So if you want some eye candy, that's where we go.
Oh gosh.
Obviously, trying to buy some.
Stop it! You're making me blush.
Stop it!
Stop it!
Not in front of the folk. I mean, you have some time, so I'm gonna tell. You guys want a joke? How about that? We'll give you a joke.
Okay.
What did the triangle say to the circle, Lan? You're pointless.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna continue this trend because I don't want this to become a back and forth of dad jokes. That was great though. I did not. I should have seen. I should have saw that coming, but I really didn't. I really didn't.
Yeah.
If you guys didn't know, we also have other co-casters that will be joining us across the different days. Unfortunately, this is the only broadcast that Black and Blue will be joining us for. But don't cry, man. Don't cry.
Yeah,
I see you.
I wanted more play days to cast with, but then Lan turned me down as caster, and so I it was unfortunately my only day. It was like the Black and Blue guy, one and done. So I was like, what can I do?
That's not what I said. Anyway,
that's
point is we also have the infamous Infian Ewok, the encyclopedia on Rainbow Six, the walking encyclopedia himself. We've got Blue Panda, we've got Cthulhu, the Blue Thulu duo, and also don't forget Proto. So Proto will be also joining us on broadcasts on some days, but unfortunately we can't all cast together. So we've got to divide it up, and if anything, I'll be casting the finals along with Blue Panda. So 2 blue boys, Black and Blue and Blue Panda. Might be a trend. I might have to change my name to Blue Easy or something like that. Maybe that'll Bluesy. No, we're not changing my name to Bluesy. That's
Why not?
It's actually kind of cute. But no, not Bluesy, not Bluesy.
All right. Rip. Rest in
Without
peace.
without having to fake or try to put too much to make this too cringe, we're running out of things to say, unfortunately. This
Not
rehost,
me. I can keep on going.
I know
got
you can,
Lots of
but-
jokes in the tank.
I know you
guys
can,
want
but
You guys want to hear him?
we're just waiting for the rehost, unfortunately, guys. But thank you again for joining us. If anything, look, Black and Blue, I'll admit it.
Yeah.
I haven't played Siege in a while. I haven't played it in a little bit just because I've been busy working, busy starting a new business with personal training. But I am stoked to get back into it because I look at some of these operators like Tuberal. I love Ram. Ram is my favorite new operator, and Fenrir. Brava's cool, but yeah. And then there's Solace. Solace looks like a good solid pick. If I pick up a new operator, it's gonna be Solace. But then it'll be Ram.
I have a joke.
Oh, here we go.
What do sprinters and runners eat before they race? Nothing. They fast. Thank you very much. Why Cinderella bad at soccer or football?
Why?
Because she runs away from the ball. Rest in peace, boiling water. You will be missed.
Okay, look. Man, I don't know. Like, I know you have a website. You've like searched up his website, and you're just like you're pulling out of your bookmark or something like that. But okay, look, that joke that for the first one. What was the first one again? It was wasn't the Cinderella one. It was the sprinter one. As someone that actually fasts during the day, not intentionally. I don't do intermittent fasting. I just don't feel like eating in the morning.
You just broke? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I feel sluggish when I eat in the morning. I actually feel so much more energetic when if I don't eat for the first 4 hours and I just have
I know
coffee.
what you mean. It's like the blood sugar, right? And it's just like
I just have water and coffee and I'm good, like both hunger suppressants, and I just feel so much more energy during the day. In saying that, the fasting joke got me. I found that hilarious. I'm going to use that myself.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah. In saying that, I can only hope to maybe even Black and Blue. Honestly, I'm hoping that one day Ubisoft is gonna fund a live broadcast for all of the Southeast Asian casters.
That'd be
Maybe-
nice. It'd be nice to be on set. I saw the Taiwanese
Maybe-
folk on the
maybe
broadcast. They
XD
were in
Defiant,
set on studio.
Oh
Oh yeah, X Defiant. That'd be
Yeah.
cool.
X Defiant will be pretty cool, especially since there's another Ubisoft game. I'm looking forward to that one. Yeah.
Sure. What's up,
It's-
chat? You guys have been quiet for a while. What do you guys think? What are you guys feeling? I know
I'm
it's
not-
midnight.
I'm
Are
not
you guys
looking at
eating
chat.
at this time? It's not the best for you, but I understand it's a weekend tomorrow, so sometimes you want to cheat. You want to get a good grub in. Have a meal. What are you guys up to in the midnight on a Friday night, watching this? What's up? What's up?
Yeah, chuck it in chat, guys, so we can share it with the rest of you. We want to read it. But thank you again for being here. It's so good to see new names. I have not seen some of these names before turn up in chat, and I know some of the old names aren't here. I was speaking to them before the broadcast. I was like, "Hey, I'm casting again. You should come by," and they were like, "Oh, I'm working." No, we're all adults now. The old generation's gone. What season did you start playing Black and Blue?
Launch.
Launch, really, bro. I
Launch,
played.
yeah, I was playing launch on console.
I am a
and
beta
then
player.
For
I'm
a
a
few months, I didn't play
beta
beta.
player.
I played launch, and then for a few months on console, And then I stopped after like what was the Operation After Black Ice? That one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that one. And then I stopped for a bit and came back in like year 4 to play the game or something like that, or like tail end of year 4, religiously play the game. And that was about it for me. I kept on playing it from then up until more recent times where things have kind of slowed down. I think it's true for most of the player base anyways, but every now and then I hop onto a game, you know. Some people have given me reason to, especially.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to have a community of players. Even some of my older friends, we play once in a while. It's like a brand new game to us though. Now with these new operators, it's so much more fast paced compared to old Siege, where everything was much more methodical or generally slower paced until like maybe the last 10 seconds. It's been a very different game for us, but regardless, it's like every time they roll around a new season or a new operation, it's fresh. It's a completely different experience, and that's what I love about this. It's just fantastic. Hello, Avixis. Hello. We're back. Oh my gosh, we are back. Finally, rehosts. I hate you so much, rehosts, but we are back. So, round 5. Devil Package are 4 up on Elevate. A shocking turn of events as they go near flawlessly so far. They only need a couple more rounds and they can take this clean away from arguably the best team in this pool of competitive players, and it's just shocking to see because DP is literally like one famous player and a bunch of his friends, and they are turning up. It's crazy.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, it's not a nice thing to say.
I'm being serious though.
He's
dude.
doing good, yes, but I mean the rest of the team is, you know, helping out the ways
they're
they
doing
can.
fantastic. Are you joking? Everyone on DP is good. Azuki is great. Yao.
I thought you were calling them a one-way show or like a one-man show.
No.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that literally Jackie is like the most like a popular player, right, within the region.
What?
Okay, yeah, nice trades.
Nice
Azuki, bro. Azuki gets taken out immediately. So does Ape, of course. But you know, Ape at least gets a kill on that entry. What's new?
Oh, it was still a nice trade though from Yao, spamming through the window from the opposing one into the armory stairs, but at least they get it going. I mean, Ape did his job, right? What else are you supposed to do? Aside from just gung-ho, look at me, I have zipline hook thing. Yao gets a second here on the board. It's a double now in this round. Both the entries really from Elevate have been taken out early. They do get, they do have this games wall open if they choose to, but then it was a conscious decision by DP to leave it open to rotate into the walk-in if possible.
Kiba activated.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Kiba barriers are down. They're going to make it very hard for them to actually enter the walk-in closet. They've got a lot of open long angles here. Yao's gonna hold us down with the MPX, which is a pretty appropriate SMG for this hold. However, Williams on that Jaeger has an inkling of where they are. Attackers are unfazed by this push though. Speakeasy gets taken down. Tolji takes a little bit of damage with. Ooh, not enough.
Okay. Bit of a slap there from Barcode. DP, though, they're still on pace to bring us to a 5-0. Considering they have the opener and the Nitro Cell is perfect from Scarlet. The Ruby Fluid of Life, he scatters it inside the closet with a C4 to the face. And Barcode stands tall, stands proud, but stands anxious as well at the prospect at hand. The swing from Jackie Wu. As they said, Jackie Uwu. They make him cry. A man of his caliber delivers A 5-0 at the end. What a half, to say the very least, from Devil Package.
5-0. Unheard of. And you know that Elevate are actually, they're trying to some degree. I don't know about Ape though. I'm sure he's trying, but it's just not working out. He did pick up a kill. He did manage to get a little trade in there, but they are bringing the oldest operator in the book. They are bringing Thatcher into the game, and you know they're gonna make this one work. They really do, because they're running out of options. They're running out of time. They're gonna have to go 7-0 at this point in order to make this work. But it doesn't look like it. It does look like DP are going to take this one almost flawlessly without a miracle.
DP, can they actually close it out? Imagine the implications if a team like DP are able to do this against Elevate. That would be a spectacle to behold. DP arguably punching above their weight, and yet they seem so confident in doing it, like it's nothing, like it ain't even the first time they've done this, it seems. Great job so far by them, but how do Elevate respond? Have they run out of gas from their previous games and from the weight, from the tech? Elevate need to get something going.
Mizuki waiting to play very aggressively on this, perhaps run out. Holding the bedroom down as long as he can. EE1D gets popped. They don't have to move right now on that defense. You can just play it quite chill, or maybe if you are on site, you can give your position away. But Yao picks up a clean first kill onto Yana, and he has traded back by Ape. Both headshots on both sides.
4v4.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yao versus Nakal here. They both trade out equally. Williams looking the wrong way. Attention pulled off the drone. That's a good swing out though from Barcode. And Elevate look to have some advantage here. 2v4 now is a double from Ape. This ape shall escape their grasp. Jackie Wu gets swung on from Barcode. A double now from him as well. It's all on Azuki in this round. He's looking to close out 1-5 at the end of the half, and that's exactly what happens as Ape takes down a teammate with him as well. What a half and what a round. But Elevate, hey, at the end of things, they get going.
This is exactly what Elevate needs to be doing. They play so much more coordinated. They get the right trades back in. And Ape, like I said, was the one to open the doors for them because he was providing them the opportunities. And that's what he's been looking for. He just needs to do this a couple of more times. And Elevate will swing back into the flow of things and really take this game. However, it's completely dependent on that. Now that they're switching onto that defense, Elevate are going to be able to play a little bit differently. Can they make this work though? Because the question is,
Attackers need to locate and
switching over to this defense, the pressure is on. It is luckily in their favor as defenders.
Elevate here. What can they do to continue this? They've taken a step in the right direction, but they have to continue down that path.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers are moving.
They've got a
DP
pretty
here.
standard setup here.
Yep, they do. Nothing too out of the ordinary. They are pulling out the Vigil, though, I assume, due to them not having that Solus available. Want a different type of roam. Look at that. Barco just
trade it back.
just runs out and gets a kill.
That's what they need to
Stuff.
do, though. Elevate have to bring the fight to them because they are so far on that back foot. They can only afford to win, like, they can only afford to lose one more round. But It's cutting it way too close. They have to take every single round they can at this point. And every single dirty advantage they can bring to the table is going to be used. It has to be brought and capitalized on.
Clearing the way.
Williams taken down.
We have some time.
That's potentially Elevate here. Continuing momentum forward. We've seen sometimes where, you know, teams struggle in the half, but they get the final round of a half and continue that into the second half. I said half 3 times there, but you get the point. Elevate can use that momentum coming into this second act of this game, potentially to draw things further out and elude match point for now. Nekal, he's giving his position away. I'm surprised he continues to challenge that, and Jackie Wu punishes him for it.
Minute and 11 seconds left on the clock. They've lost their buck, but they've traded it out for a Warden.
A bomb
A little bit of opportunity left for this attacking team. They've got a lot of utility left on them. A little bit. Ooh, Azuki gets taken out from a run out. They're trying to find Vigil, but Ape gets away with it. He rotates back downstairs and he's safe again. 45 seconds left on the clock, and no, he loses the trade on the stairs. 3v3 now for both sides. But the defense still have the advantage. They have the mirror window. They still have the Kiba barriers that are going to regenerate over time. And then there's still they still have the little the frisbees, little frisbee magnets still available, and a lot of impact grenades. Don't forget.
Okay, Jackie Wu cleans on up. Speakeasy as well. Keeps them hushed down. 2v2. Told you here in a precarious position. They might have heard his grunts as the flames touch upon him. Swings from the deep. Then Elevate. They continue to hold on and evade match point so far. 2-5 the score stands.
This is more like what I expect of Elevate. To be able to play intelligently, to be able to play with a good pace, to be able to bring aggression and catch the opponent off guard over and over again. They did 2 runouts there, and they brought game. They knew exactly what they had to do, and they're going to be able to keep bringing that. I told you, they need to bring in the aggression. They have to capitalize on every single advantage possible, whenever possible. All the stops are off now. 2-5 is no joke. They are so far behind. They are making good progress, Black and Blue, but they're not getting there just yet. We're now into round 8. They have to find the strategy that works for them. They're bringing the Maestro now. They're putting Ape on the Legion. That's interesting because he's going to roam. He's going to bring in a little bit of utility. He's going to be able to provide more information for the rest of the team, even if he goes down early. At least he's got a couple of Legion mines to stop them while he has a chance. And even speaking on bringing an advantage to your team, they brought the Mozzies so they can steal those drones and provide more information on information, plus a second Nitro cell. Why not?
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Okay. Well, DP, I've yet to really gain much these past 2 rounds. They're close to doing so the previous one, but Elevate so far have been a bit sharper than they started this game out to be. See now the hold up top on the dorms. This Elevate bringing in that Maestro could change things up here for DP. When you look at what they're going to have to deal with here, the Kiba barriers, the mirror, and obviously those evil eyes, there's a lot for the util dump to have to deal with, and fortunately so, recognizing that DP pull out both the Ashe and the Zophie, recognizing there's a lot for them to deal with.
Dokubi's calling. No one's answering the calls just yet, but it does look like they are going to be bringing in a little bit of damage and a little bit of presence. There's not much they can do left on the clock. 1 minute 50 seconds. A lot of time, but they're starting to get pinched. They're starting to run out of options. The Kiba barrier comes out, buys them a little bit more time, but the pressure is on.
That for sure it is. Still some damage done either way. Elevate doing a good job of delaying DP here, who have yet to really find much map control. You can see the rotate here from Barcode on his roam game. They're working on this bedroom, trying to work into the janitors, but even though it's open, still not able to springboard into any sort of execute just now. Attic isn't in their control either. Elevate are continuously just pressuring DP here from their defensive side. Swing out wide. Speakeasy connects another from Speakeasy. That's a double kill for him now as the round touts further into the balance of Elevate's favor. DP are struggling to get going. 2v4. Round is over as a triple goes Speakeasy's way, and Barcode comes in from behind at the late time. Elevate. 3 rounds in a row they've gotten.
It's like they gave them a chance, and now they're taking that chance away. Elevate know exactly what they're doing at this point, and you can see in the way they're playing, it's so much more surgical and so much more aware. They know exactly what the enemy team is doing. They know how to play against them, and they're buying the time accordingly. Toji did a fantastic job of holding off that walk-in wardrobe, and Speakeasy with the LMG is doing work. He is going to town with that thing, picking up all the kills. The Elder is doing so much for him, and he's bringing utility on top of that. So, Elevate are 3-5, and it's starting to look way more believable that Elevate are going to come in for a reverse sweep at this point. Do you think Elevate can take this one away? Because if they keep this up in this round, on round 9, if they can clean house as they did in the last 3 rounds consecutively, I'm calling it. They take this one away. DP lose 7-5.
10 seconds left.
Camera feed up and running.
5 seconds remaining.
Well,
Secured.
Attackers are moving
Elevate
out to
have
locate a bomb and defuse it.
definitely stepped up to the plate here. And they're starting to hit some of their swings as well. DP are the ones who have yet to really get themselves going, but now that we're going down to a first floor hold, maybe that's going to change. If they can take this vert control, that could differ. They are playing the Jackal though. Don't have as much options for the vert as one might want. They do have some breaching charges to be placed down though for that vert, but that's about all it. Obviously the Ash has to refocus her charges towards a more important position, but Azuki just takes Nakia down, and he was on the hollow there as well, so even fight by all means. Slaps him away. Opening pick now for DP, one that they needed to get back into the game.
That's the funny thing about choosing to take a wide peak. When you take a wide peak like that and you try to play with the angles, you either need to be able to react faster than whoever you're expecting to walk through, and we've seen it a couple of times across this day where the wide peak wins over the peeker's advantage. However, it doesn't work when the peeker's advantage just has faster reactions. You need to be able to either catch them off guard or really punish them for it. Ape gets taken out. There goes your Valkyrie. The cameras are up, so it's okay. They placed them down. They've made the utility worth it, but they're not out of this just yet. So they still have 3 impact grenades, a nitro cell, and a whole lot of intel. The minute on the clock. They just need to buy a little bit more time. The pressure's on. DP got to make this one work for them. They got to rotate slightly closer to the site. They're on point right now, but they're not in there just yet.
Place the pellet in.
3v4.
Ooh.
Nade on out. Doesn't really find much going on the impact, and Barcode's able to get a kill here to equalize 3v3. Now DP are put into a tough spot. Which way do they go? Where do they push? Speakeasy on that Alda is going to be a problem. He is going to shred him apart potentially, just as we saw in the previous round, if they don't deal with him adequately, especially in the position where he's in, where he can get a deep angle there towards that meeting here from the kitchen. Gets a drone on out now. They're going to be able to stick this plant. I don't think they even know this is happening, and no, they stop it at the right moment, and Speakeasy, when called upon, shall answer. Diffuser dropped, trying to get the plant on down. They're going to rotate here towards the kitchen instead. Speakeasy going absolutely huge. Jackie Wu clearing out, but he doesn't check the right angle. And Speakeasy, we spoke his name into existence. We manifested he shall show up. What a round here from Speakeasy, and what a comeback from Elevate, who simply are not going to let this slip.
DP calling a technical timeout right now. They're going to need this technical timeout to be able to save themselves from tilting too far down. They've lost 4 rounds in a row, and they need to be able to recover from this. They still have the advantage, 1 round up. They need to be able to push this advantage into a win. Only 2 rounds in order to take this one away. But at this rate, Elevate are going to push all the way through. I honestly feel like... that Elevate are... taking this technical timeout is going to break Elevate's momentum. That's one key aspect of using a technical timeout. DP know how to use this properly. But
I think this is a tactical timeout, not a technical one, buddy.
Same thing, really, because it is a tactical decision, right?
No. A tech is like you have tech issues.
I'm pretty sure I said tactical timeout.
Really? I've been hearing technical. I don't know. Maybe it's the accent.
No.
Maybe I'm capping. Maybe it's late.
You're racist.
What do you mean? You can't call me that.
I don't, maybe I'm saying the wrong thing. I don't know anymore. Look, man.
I'm just ignorant, maybe.
No, it's 5 a.m. for me. Please excuse me. Anyway. Point is, the tactical timeout is very important. Okay? It's the fact that they've used this at this point is pivotal. Right? Devil Packers just have to make this one work. They've got... they might bring in the Maverick? No, they're bringing in the Dokkaebi. That's a smart choice.
10 seconds left.
An operator that gets highly banned is going to always bring value to your team. Flores as well, to be able to take down some of the defenses, because they've just got so much utility on that defensive team. Look at that. They've got Wamai, right? And the RCXD will be able to counter that if it can reach the Magnet, the Attila Claw, the ADS. RCXD counters all of these things, and the Warden won't be able to do anything about it other than maybe shoot the RCXD if possible. Grim, another good one as well. Completely dependent if he can get off, but we haven't seen Grim actually perform so well across the day here on day 1 of the Elite Series. But we'll give them the opportunity, the benefit of the doubt. Round 10. DP's got to make this one work.
Let's see here. I mean, DP. They've been letting the ball slip slowly, but surely. In these past few. Flores out for Williams. You see the drone work here. He's confirmed that, hey, someone is playing towards that pillar in the back stairs. There's a Warden, so gonna be a bit harder to flush out with some basic utility. You need something a bit more ferocious to try and take him out of the angle. Barcode here, playing with a shoddy up close.
Ooh.
This is terrifying to try and go up against. Supported as well by 2 ADSs. You can see Hives trying to be shot his way. Not really getting much information. Now DPS standstill. Maybe let's swap on over Obs, just something somewhere where things are happening.
Jackie gets taken out there. MPX finds that kill. Mikhail holding the angle ever so patiently. The entire defending team's downstairs. They don't have to do much, and that's how you play this site. It's fairly simple, but that's what makes this site so defendable. And it's going to be a mission, an uphill climb for DP. Another kill. Scarlet gets taken up by the Nitro Cell. That tactical timeout. Dang it! I caught myself saying it. that tactical timeout is going to waste at this point. Another one down, but this time on Ape. Wamai,
15 seconds to go.
good value
Cool.
there.
10 seconds left.
It's not looking good. Strong reversal from Elevate. We expect nothing less, to be honest, and this is more like what I hoped to see from, you know, the best team in the region. So,
Well, Elevate have definitely done a good job to force that moniker to be attached to their name, possibly with a comeback like this. Maybe not the de facto.
Attackers need
Some
to
other
locate
teams
and defuse
are
bombs.
around as well, but could be considered in the conversation at some point for sure. But we equalize back. Basically, forget everything we've seen at this point. We are back to 0-0, and it is currently 1-3. Or rather, 1-2. Otherwise, we go into overtime. So Elevate back out with a Maestro here. Speak Easy has been on an absolute tear with that. In his comp that they've been pulling out, Maestro, Mira, and Azami together has been so pesky for DP to deal with.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it. Defender is exposed.
round 11 now. 5-5. Both teams are tied up. Elevate have gone on a absolute rampage to try to bring this one back in. And DP are running out of options. They gotta make something work for them. Couple of shots fly. Nothing connects just yet. A lot of pre-firing. Maybe sensing a little bit of jitters. But they've got all the utility they need. It's all about finding the right opportunity to capitalize. But Azuki's gonna start to get work on this foothold here. Provide a little bit of an angle. Ooh, Jackie sees a little bit of a head. Unable to connect just yet. Might reveal himself in that process if he's not careful. However, drone goes out now, and maybe Yao might have to retreat and pull back. Speaky takes a little bit of damage, and so will Naikal.
Still a 5v5 though, even with all the engagements happening either way. Only damage done, but that doesn't last too long as Ape gets the opening
Ooh.
pick here for Elevate.
Oh!
A double for him! Nasty shot on the second follow-up. Finally punished for it on the retreat. And now it's a 4v3. Shot here for Speakeasy connects as well. As we said, that Alda in his hands is an absolute terror. The buzzsaw that it is. Cutting down DP as they try and make their entry. And Elevate are smooth sailing into a lead here. Could potentially be 6 rounds in a row to overtake this deficit.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Traded off on an angle he wasn't prepared to take. Unfortunately, needed a little bit more intel there. C4 going out will provide a little bit of a buzz, but unfortunately won't be able to get triggered. Kind of a couple of quick peeks here won't really amount to much. But Williams is in a corner and not in a great spot overall.
Seconds remaining. 10 seconds.
Gets traded out there. Defenders win round 11 and moving on. Does look like they finally break the tie, and Elevate are now finally back in the lead. Well, they were never in the lead to begin with, but now they are. Match point as well.
Now they are. Well, Elevate for sure. The way that they've come back into this has been incredible. But imagine being in DP's shoes right now, Easy. When they lost a while ago, at match point against Fury, it was 6-4, and Fury came back 4 rounds straight to bring it into overtime and win.
Does
When
it
they
show
were at
you the
match
gap?
point.
Is that
that
the
would-
gap?
What do you mean the gap?
Defenders protect
The gap in
bombs.
skill.
Attackers.
the Are these teams just switching it on because they're just like, nah, it's about
time to
time to
win.
take this seriously. Yeah, time to win. You know? Because that's what it's looking like right now. It doesn't look like it's fair. You're bringing out Malusi even. I don't know if this is like this is a legit pick. Malusi's has been picked up on this site over and over again. It's a great operator, right? The Wub Wub dispenser is fantastic. It slows people down. It brings a lot of defense. It buys a lot of time for the defenders. But we've not seen Malusi picked up for a reason. There are so many operators now, and there's so many combinations of operators. The composition of your team is so dynamic in this current state of Rainbow Six Siege. But you know, it's quite static for the attack, right? You gotta bring the ace. You gotta bring a thermite. Thermite's almost a staple in everything because they just can't replace him. And I feel like the developers are just not willing to replace him at this point because of how pivotal his role in the game in both lore and core gameplay really is, because they're gonna have to bring in another hardcore breach that's gonna provide so much value. But would it break the game? Maybe. Back to the current state of affairs, though. We've got 2 minutes left on that clock, and I feel like Elevate, they're sitting cozy right now. They're dealing with all these attackers. They're dealing with the shield. They're dealing with the hard breach. They're taking down some of these. They're taking down Williams as well. You know, they know exactly what they're doing. But they did lose. They did lose the Azami. So there goes one high-value defender off the board early.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Okay.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Another pick off here. Scarlet falls down. We still have the ace on Jackie Wu for the hard breach duty, but will that be enough considering Elevate here are at match point 4v3 right now? Swing out. Ape getting a bit risky. It's taken down as well. Has to be careful here. He doesn't get traded out, Azuki. He doesn't even get it with a gun 6. He tried to. The flash bounces back in his face. What is happening?
Well, he finally gets it.
Gets
He
the kill.
finally
Gets it. At least he was being cautious about it, right? But what a sequence.
The amount
What a
of
sequence.
investment that went into that just to pick him up. But Azuki picks up a triple kill at the end of the day, and DP are in the lead. Here we go. Speakeasy versus Tolji, but Speakeasy is capable of miracles. The man is so good at his job. Tolji drops, but he also gets dropped, leaving Speakeasy all alone. Jackie Wu with a quad kill on his side, and now Yao is putting that diffuser down.
Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser.
Well, it is a position for Speakeasy to show on up, but he doesn't do for long. An ace here for Azuki on the Ana. And we somehow go to match point. I can't believe it. Or rather, overtime. I can't believe it.
I also can't believe it.
I can't
also
believe it.
can't believe it. This, if anything was gonna go, I mean, let's be fair. If any match today was going to go into overtime, it was this match. Yeah. Arguably the most competitive match we've had all night so far. And are we surprised? Yes, we are surprised. Are we pleasantly surprised? I am pleasantly surprised as well. At least Elevate get a run for their money, and then, you know, Devil Package get the game of the maybe of the entire series. Like, might be the best game they'll have this entire time. Maybe it gets more competitive. Maybe it goes all downhill from here. Who knows? What is for sure, what is certain, is that we've come to the end of the night. We've got maybe 2 to 3 games left in us, guys. Thank you for joining us. But I hope you guys enjoy, and you guys just nice and cozy here on the first night of the Community Elite Series. It's gonna be a wild ride from here.
It's been a wild day for sure.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Games extending where we never thought it would be. My goodness, DP. How things have gone against them. You know what I think it is? That one round that they finally didn't win on the defensive side is when Speakeasy swapped away from the Maestro and have the Alda to shred apart DP. Allowed a player here like Izuki to get himself going.
Phones ring. They're not too worried about it. They're all quite toasty downstairs, but that position was for granted, if anything. Mikhail
Ooh.
taken off quickly. Yao collects that with the DMR. Pulls up another phone call just for good measure. The attackers start to advance. Barcode has to pull back into his defenses. The ADS and a couple more gizmos, giving him a little bit more cover. A little bit more time. Ooh.
Big shots out here from Ape. Finding those going on. Azuki as well. Gets retaliation. Barcode here, always holding on to the freezer stairs. Same setup as we've seen from in the past. Supported by those ADSs if ever anything comes his way. Oh. Drone does find a bit of information. Getting drawn out even further here. So much coming his way.
Oh.
Doing some damage. Not connecting as deep as he wants to, though. And they take him down. Accuracy via volume of fire. And they all try and support the endeavor. 4v3. Inside the freezer. Speakeasy trying to get the one. He has to get this. Great job. Could fall back, but he's sticking around for more. Oh, I think he sees ahead. And that he does! Speakeasy takes his off. Taps him in the hood. And now it's a 2v2 at overtime.
Barrier placed. We're covered.
Look at these defenses. He knows exactly how to manipulate the map. Controlling the angles is what Asami excels at. It is a ability that is just applicable to every single map. It is so simple and so straightforward, and it doesn't require electronics. You can't EMP this thing. You can't just take control of it. But Yao on a double kill gets dropped, unable to get picked up this time. But Jackie Wu saves the day and brings in another round for DP. Now finally back in the lead. And it is still anyone's game because we are still in overtime, and Elevate can pull this in for another draw.
DP. Now they show up. Now that it's overtime, right? Now is when they get it happening. And that was on the attacking side as well, the half that they were struggling on. They let Elevate come back with what? 6 rounds, rather 5 in the second half, just to finally win an attacking sided round. What are we witnessing here? They really want to get the most out of the clock hours here. Elevate. Do they slip, or do we go to the final decider?
This is the penultimate moment here in the game. We are on the very last match in overtime on our first day of the Rainbow Six Community Elite Series. Can you believe it? I can't. How close this match is. Elevate came back on a 5-0 sweep, and they have been fighting tooth and nail for this position all night long. Did they just switch it on, decide to win last minute? Probably. But are they going to take this away? Because DP are still hanging on, and they are not giving up that easily. Barcode is bringing the Blitz, however. They've also brought the Finka. They mean business. Ooh.
Well, they're right here at the gates, knocking. You can hear it. Barcode on the Blitz. Trying to press the issue. Azuki gets the opener here in the Nacal. They seal it back up with the Kiba barriers. The Azami running through. And you can see the full effect of it. Flash on out, still cannot connect here. Barcode trying to get around them. They have to be careful of this pillar position right now. He could get shot in the back. He's still in here. Drop down for the shot. Crazy stuff we are witnessing. Jackie Wu gets a kill on the Abe. They still trade out equally. Jackie Wu taking down Kiba Barrier in the face once more to stop him from progressing. Scarlet gets a trade out. It's complete pandemonium on the site. Barcode still alive. 2v2 effectively as Jackie Wu is taken down. He's not out just yet. They're looking to confirm. They get the one here up close. Barcode calls in and follows up. It's all into Azuki's hands. Still not able to get the kill. They're very close though. Azuki, can he make this happen? He has the impact in his hand.
Defenders have located the diffuser.
Oh, he's close. They know he's here. They know he's in the laundry. The blind doesn't get him off the flash from the blitz. And they still cap it off. Barcode going huge. And what a round we just saw. We go to the final one. That must have been the most chaotic stuff I have seen today.
That was the best gunfight we had all night long. And it all came down to Barcode really playing the blitz like a master. It's as if the guy has 10,000 hours on blitz or something like that. But Yao, do not discount how much Yao contributed to that defense the entire time. The amount of Kiba barriers that came out clutch at the right time was invaluable to that team. Every time Blitz tried to push, Kiba barrier. Every time Blitz tried to take a corner, Kiba barrier, double Kiba barrier. Perfect timing coming in from that operator. Yao contributed so much and staved them off for as long as he did, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day because Barcode was there and he provided so much presence. He was not only a fantastic distraction, a fantastic frontliner. He provided so much room for his team to be able to play their game. And you saw the value that both of these players brought. And it made it just
Attackers are heading out to defuse.
so interactive.
Attackers drop.
Loading new magazine.
Rounds here going on. 7-7. Stands as we go into the final round of this game. Overtime match point it shall be. Scarlet on the blitz, taking notes out of what Barcode just delivered a while ago. We go down to the basement as well. They have the Lion here. They have the Thatcher. What do DP do to overcome this comeback attempt? Run out from Ape. Gets the clean one. Jackie Wu none the wiser. And takes down one of their stars here when it matters the most. Rush coming on in.
The four-man rush.
From DP. They're going at it. A bit of team damage. A team kill from Williams. The swing from Nicolins. All ends as quick as it starts. They simply run into their own demise. The meat grinder chews him up and spits him out. All dead. All bloody. And 8-7 it shall be. Elevate. Rise above. What a comeback from them. From 0-5 to the 8-7. Devil package delivered. And sent back from whence it came, it shall remain.
A fantastic showing from both sides. You can see that the teams have been so emotionally invested in those games. I can't believe we got into that ending. What a way to end the first day. What a way to end the first day here on the Rainbow Six Community Elite Series. With arguably two of the best teams in some of the best final rounds in an overtime match that went the full distance. Black and blue.
All the way. All the way.
I mean, sure. At that very end, it's either this rush works or it doesn't. Unfortunately, Jackie Wu was just caught off guard and let his guard down to an extent because he was just droning in the open. But we can see here from just the look on the screen, Speakeasy and Ape bring in so many kills. Williams, unfortunately, 1 in 10. Just not enough for DP to actually salvage any of these rounds. But regardless, I'm sure brought a lot of utility and, you know, kept that team. In the end, it's not about the kills. It's about how the team works and how they synergize. And they had a very good run. And that team just surprised us twice tonight. First against Galita, and now against Elevate, top seeded teams. And here we go. Just as I said, Elevate,
the leaderboard,
number 1 on that 5 count point. Fury 3, Felice 3, Galita Steamer 2, Devil Package 2, and unfortunately 1Z just on 0.
Yes. So in case you guys are wondering, a win is 3 points, an overtime win is 2 points, and that's why you see it there. 5 for Elevate, that's 1 win, 1 overtime win, as well as for Fury 3 and Felice as well. But it's a feels bad, man, for Devil Package here. Considering you lost those 2 games, the only consolation was that it was a overtime loss, which means they still get a single point for being an overtime loss as compared to the nothing of a plain loss. So if you are 1Z right now, you are in a bad spot. But let's look on over to the matches tomorrow as an absolute banger starts off the day here, Lan.
Match 1 tomorrow will be Fury against Elevate, a match you do not want to miss. And for tomorrow's broadcast, there's a new set of casters, a new set of voices to listen to. But match 2, 1Z versus Devil Package. Match 3,
that's tomorrow,
Felice
by the
versus... Oh, I know.
Not June 20. Not June 20. Not
yeah. Not
it could, January 20, folks. Yes,
January the 20th.
We'll get that fixed.
Yeah.
Continue.
Felice versus Galita, then Galita versus Fury. That means Galita doesn't get a break. They gotta go 2 matches back to back, which is a little unfortunate. But then we have Devil Package versus Felice straight after that. So I mean, it's gonna happen eventually. Someone's gonna have to take the L on that one, but it's gonna be a banger of a day. It's gonna start off hot, and it's gonna end off with a fantastic set of games as well. Black and Blue, it's been such a pleasure to cast it with you again, albeit the short time that we get to spend together. I wish that we got to spend more days. How has it been for you to be back casting Siege again?
I mean, it's been great. I don't know, and the next time we're both going to be like on the desk here, and while it might be an only kind of outing for me for this tournament, is the only time I'm going to be here, so thank you guys for tuning on in. But at least y'all got your full money's worth, and 2 overtime games with a bunch of pauses and me stalling and some dad jokes in between. So I think
I
all
was
things
complicit
considered,
in that too.
yeah, all things considered, I think things have gone pretty well here today. Unfortunately, so that shall be it for today. Next play day will be tomorrow, so do not go anywhere, because actually no, you should go somewhere right after this, because it should be sleepy time for most of you folk. If not, then well, hydrate. Any last words here, Land, before we close things off?
Nothing much else to say, but other than thank you once again for joining us here for the Rainbow Six Community Series. We are going to come back for another 2 days for group stages, and then next week quarterfinals, and then grand finals. I'll see you guys then on the I believe it will be the 28th. Oh no, the 29th. Oh no, it is the 28th. I'll see you guys on the 28th of January. But until then, I will see you guys in a bit. Maybe see you guys in chat. Thank you for watching today. Thank you, Black and Blue, for joining me. Thank you to production. We will see you guys later. Good night.